Meant to be here. He's talking about me here. It's just the environment and the sort of.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have a reflection, though, just to remind everyone that this is being live streamed on ORC's YouTube channel. We have Matt online, the rest of us around here, with the exception of Councillor Noon. But we will move now to a reflection by Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, Hilary. And in fact, I will open the meeting with a karakia. Whakapaka te hau kei te uru, whakapaka te hau ki te poka. Kia mā ki uru, kia mā tauraka ki tāna. He ase ana, he atākura, he hiu, he hoka, he hauku, ti hei maurua. A translation of that provided by the Honourable Justice Sir Joe Williams runs: the west wind has shifted, the south wind has fallen silent. The land bristles, the sea has goosebumps. The first rays of a red dawn pierce the night, revealing snow, ice and frost from the mountains to the sea. I bind myself to this place. There are different accounts of this karakia, but it's clearly ancient. Joe Williams says 45 generations. He thinks of it as a karakia, the karakia of a Polynesian fisherman who looks with wonder on the unaccountable cold he experiences and says, I am one with this. It's been interpreted in different ways. One is, the trouble has passed and we look to a bright future. For me, for Pakeha me, the effect of a karakia timatanga is to bring our group together, to focus our minds and our energy on our joint efforts, our kaupapa, with the hope that things will flow smoothly and productively, to ground us here for this purpose. As karakia timatanga are established in many contexts in New Zealand, they help us, give us, all of us, a shared identity as dwellers in this land. Kia ora.
Thank you, Alan. Moving on to apologies. Councillor Moon as an apology. Would somebody like to? Right, moved. Okay, seconded Alan, that we accept his apology. I haven't heard from Councillor Laws at all, but we'll see if we do during the course of the meeting. Oh, excellent. We will now move on to public forum, and we have a very busy agenda today, so I apologise in advance to both my fellow councillors and the public forum presenters that they will have their time, but there is not going to be time today for questions. So if people have any questions, the public forum presenters can indicate whether they would be happy to have any questions sent to them after the meeting. First on our public forum list is Pierre Marasti. Sorry if I got that wrong.
You said it right.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Our speeches during the last 3 years were mostly based on the 2019 IPCC report that was leaving space for hope if we halved our emissions before 2030. But we have failed. Emissions have kept rising, so now we cannot avoid experiencing catastrophic consequences anymore, as we've seen up north last week. We have created a world in which millions already die every year because we didn't act. And we are on track to kill billions in the coming decades. If you have watched the summary of the UK National Emergency Briefing I sent you, you will know that it isn't just activists and scientists saying so anymore, but also emergency response specialists and military experts. So we can't avoid catastrophe anymore, but we can still try to mitigate it, to save what can be saved. To do so, though, we need to understand how we got here. If after 40 years of warnings, we are still failing to take any meaningful action, it is because no one has been willing to face their responsibilities. Global leaders, international negotiators, scientists, the public, even climate activists, everyone has been trying to get someone else to solve this crisis for them. This is not how it works. We are causing this crisis, and unless we change our ways, we are doomed. Here are the basics we need to change. We need to stop burning fossil fuels. We need to consume less stuff. We need to reduce waste, and we need to take family planning really seriously. But to stop burning fossil fuels is a condition for anything else to have any impact. You might ask yourselves, why am I coming to the council to tell you what individuals need to do? Well, it is because as councillors, you have even more responsibilities than the rest of us. It is your duty to make the community aware of the situation, and it is your duty to help reduce the region's emissions. Informing the public better is crucial because everyone needs to play their part or nothing will happen. But of course, the ORC has the power to create large-scale changes. First, at an organization level. We know that everything electric in New Zealand is cheaper. Do you have planned to electrify your fleet? Are your officers electrified and powered with renewable electricity? If it hasn't been done yet, why? As it saves both emissions and money. You are also in charge of public transport in the region, and we do need an acceleration in the growth of public transport options, as well as an accelerated electrification of the public transport system. And finally, the stated mission of the ORC is to sustainably manage our environment. This brings you broad powers to create real changes. For example, the root cause of this crisis is the burning of fossil fuels. Burning anything always creates air quality issues. Your role in monitoring air quality is a perfect lever to reduce the burning of both fossil and solid fuels. And these are only a few examples among the many levers you have at your disposal to play your part. We are living through dark times. The climate collapse is accelerating. We are passing many tipping points as our ecosystems wither and die, while the fossil fuel industry is bringing back fascism in democracies in order to try to cling on to their power. We are living in a time where a lack of leadership will cost us the earth. We hope that you will be able to rise to the challenge and to lead a rapid decarbonization of the region. But let's be clear, this is the day of reckoning, and no one will escape it, with the first one hit being our farming communities that are on the front line of the climate collapse. Thank you. And of course, you can send me any questions by email. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got your email in our.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Hawkins from Otago Housing Alliance.
Thank you. Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, tēnā tātou katoa. It's great to have the opportunity to speak to you today. The Otago Housing Alliance is a collective impact network looking to achieve better housing outcomes across the region to the benefit of human health and our natural environment. We are presenting today in support of the staff recommendation to use the 600k underspent in the current year's air quality budget to trial a scheme to replace the worst performing fireplaces across Otago. We believe the focus of any trial should be the state of the heating appliance itself, rather than focusing on specific towns or specific air sheds. This is a more equitable way of using funds that were collected by way of the general rate across the region. This is money that has already been collected, that people have paid into general funds on the understanding that a chunk of that money would go on improving air quality outcomes. And I know it's not the same as the legislative requirements around targeted rates in which those that are levied for that purpose have to be spent on that purpose. But ultimately, the principle is the same. When the Regional Council decided to stop its air quality improvement work in 2021, awaiting a new plan to give effect to. I don't think anybody thought we'd still be here where we currently are 5 years later. We couldn't have anticipated a situation where all new regulatory tools would have to stay on the shelf until at least 2030. But we can't wait until then. We know that poor air quality continues to have negative effects on human health, avoidable hospital admissions, lost productivity through time off work, and so on. I know you've heard it all before from public health academics and from general practitioners and from children in schools in some of the worst affected towns across the region. We know that every dollar we spend on insulation, for example, returns $4 roughly in public benefit. I would be surprised if the return on investment in terms of phasing out, I'd be surprised if the return on investment in terms of phasing out old fires was any less than this. Yes, this work costs money, but not doing it costs us all much more. It was heartening to read your comments in the paper this morning, Madam Chair, that the ORC's draft annual plan wasn't, quote, kicking the can down the road, end quote. When it comes to air quality in Otago, you had the opportunity to demonstrate that this afternoon by supporting the staff's recommendations and implementing their proposed trial for replacement of old wood burners in the next year. It's a tough time in local government, and the next long-term plan is going to be challenging. In order to make those difficult decisions, councils and communities need the best evidence they can to inform those decisions and debates. Funding this work next year will allow for a much more informed decision about air quality improvement work and how it might be resourced over the next 10 years. I'd be surprised also if there wasn't also an appetite for co-funding this through other sources. Central Lakes Trust, Otago Community Trust and the Dunedin City Council all currently extend the reach of ECA's Warmer Kiwi Homes program, for example, which supports retrofitting of insulation and clean heating devices. We could easily extend that model to maximise the value of any ORC contribution to this work. Kia ora tātou. And yes, I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm reasonably easy to find. Thank you.
Right, do you want to send our people your email address? Or-
Yeah, so it should be, the governance staff will have a email address if
Right,
you want to send through.
excellent.
Yeah, kia ora.
Thank you. Moving on to confirmation of the agenda. Is it?
Three.
Okay. We have 3 additional documents to the agenda that we've had for some time. 1 supplementary council agenda. 2 Chair's report emailed letter 17 February 2026 from the Office of the Honourable Erica Stanford. And 3 relating to 9.1.3 and attachment 26-27 for rate sensitivity analysis and sample properties. So I move that we accept the agenda with those additions.
Happy to second.
Seconded by Kevin. All those in favour? On the contrary, carried. Moving on to declarations of interest. Just a reminder that all members need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between the role of an elected representative and any private or other external interest we might have. Moving on to confirmation of the minutes. Again, I will move to confirm the minutes of the council meeting of 11 February as a 2026. Should that have been?
Yes, it should. Well done.
26 as a true and accurate record. Have I a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wilson. No one have any? Right. All those in favour?
Right.
On the contrary, carried. Moving on to the action register. Any updates from our CE or the GMs? Mr Saunders.
Apologies for lateness. So the first action there is on the agenda today in terms of the draft annual plan and the request from council for a zero increase. So that one is has been delivered.
Almost.
Okay.
our bit.
Moving on to chairperson's report. And I will move that we note this report. Have I seconded it? Councillor Gardner. All those in favour? On the contrary? Carried. Chief Executive's report. Sorry, Chief Executive's report. Would you like to add anything to what we have?
No, just happy to take that as read, and if anyone has any questions, happy to take those.
Right, I'll move. Moved Kate, seconded. Councillor Somerville. All those in favour? Aye. On the contrary? Carried. We'll be out of here by 1:30.
Doesn't work.
Right, we have 9.1. And would the chair of the finance committee chairs, any combination of whoever's going to be sitting at the other end of the table to help us through this?
You can read them because I'll be gone.
Also, she was screen.
Okay, the introduction here before the proper introduction by
Oh,
our finance people is that this report, it's the drafting plan. This report enables council to formalise a draft position on changes to the financial forecasts and work programs contained in the Otago Regional Council Long-Term Plan 2024-34 for year 3, which is 2026 to 2027. Over to you, gentlemen, maybe.
thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll start this off firstly to thank the CE for doing his part of the job, and now this next short period of time, if we're away from here by 1:30, will be up to us to do that. Today marks another milestone in our annual plan process. After workshops and briefings in October, December and February, staff have responded to our direction, and that direction was not to increase our total rate take from the 25-26 rate take, a 0% increase. This actually illustrates $11.8 million decrease in what was adopted in our long-term plan for year 3. We have 12 recommendations on the paper, all detailed in our discussion document, that will lead us to the final to a decision for our annual plan adoption at our April council meeting. It's just a couple of quick parts there. Operating expenditure now with the Otago Regional Council is $146.09 million. We are a substantial entity. $68.47 million in rates. That is the same as unchanged from the 2025-26 period. The level of rates we pay is determined primarily by our property valuation and the services we receive. If your valuation changes, of course, your rates will change. Targeted services will also change your rates. We will see an increased public transport because of increased public transport activity in Queenstown. Queenstown targeted rate will be actually lifted, but to balance that, they will have service improvements that have been consulted on. But in general, we will see very little cost changes for our ratepayers in this coming year. Staff have found efficiencies, and that benefit has been passed on to our ratepayers. Delivery timeframes where appropriate have been increased to represent what our suppliers can achieve. That is, we will only be charging for what will be done in that particular year. So very good work there. And we have paused certain categories of work in response to government direction. But we're still determined to deliver a top quality service and drive to have as our table and our staff are doing the very best ORC possible. With the annual plan, we must determine our need, and processes for community consultation. Staff have tested that, and based on the significance and the materiality of our proposed changes, as the changes from year 3 of our long-term plan are deemed not to be significant or material, staff have recommended us taking an approach to inform as many people on Otago as we can, and that option we will vote on as part of our recommendations. So in the times of local government uncertainty, it is critical that we drive forward to ensure that our work plans are delivered efficiently and effectively, and utmostly that we demonstrate value for money. So that is my introduction to the paper, and I will now hand to Mr. Donnelly and team if they wish to make any comment at this stage.
Thank you for that introduction. I would just like to draw your attention to the schedule of fees and charges, as there is a late change in regard to the addition of a fixed fee for boat shed application. We will not be including that in the changes in the schedule for this year. So when it comes to the relevant recommendation, we'll just put a note there that it's not including that fixed fee, as it would require a consultation to add an additional fixed fee at this stage. So we've withdrawn that from the schedule.
So any questions from councillors? I think Councillor Laws has a question.
There's two. The first one is we are to discuss today in the confidential agenda item an issue of significant capital and operational expenditure. Is this, so what I'm asking is, if a decision was made on that to proceed with that particular project, would that affect the figures that we're seeing in front of us?
No. So that is a step in the decision regarding that matter, and there are still further decisions to be taken by council that would have a material impact on any budgets, so they'll be considered in a future process. But there's no decision that you make later today that has an impact on
The 26-27
Correct.
financial budget. Okay, that's the first question. The second question is there is a recommendation here to utilise the $600,000 underspend for a particular pet project of the staff. That is, which we've seen for a long time now. I assume that, and one of the suggestions here is that in the items that are here for options, it's utilised for a particular purpose, and that is to spend money subsidising private individuals. And Clyde, I think the annual current cost of a house there at the moment is $1 million plus. So it's a public subsidy of private interest. Can I just get some indication as to, for that particular item, how that is likely to be dispensed to these private individuals there, should that be adopted at this meeting today?
So I'll start. So first of all, it's not a pet project of staff. It was a discussion in an earlier annual plan paper, and there was an option to rate additional for airplane implementation, to only use the money that has already been rated for the airplane, or to do nothing. And we were directed not to bring a paper considering further rating on top of the money that already been rated, which is why you don't see that as an option today. But we were asked to provide more information about whether or how we might be able to use the money that has been rated to date for the purposes of the plan, which is obviously now on hold. So staff have gone away and looked at what options council could consider for the use of that $600,000 that has been rated for the preparation of their plan, should you wish to. And those options have come back, which include upgrades to fire modern burners, which is a process we have run in the past. And the staff assessment is that that will make an impact if it is allocated to a particular area. If you choose to, councillor, in terms of if the last part of your question, what happens from here, there would be a paper brought back that would set out in detail the process for the application of that fund, should you wish to include it in this year's annual plan budget.
There is a suggestion in the paper that this will lead to improved health outcomes and air quality in Clyde. That is an assertion. Is there any science to back that with this paper today?
The Clyde papers.
Because I haven't seen it. It's not part of this.
Yeah, I don't think it's the council one.
No, that was the submission that we received direct, so we wouldn't rely on that. I'll just pass over to Anita or Tom.
Yeah, so through the chair, the science work was presented about 9 or 10 months ago to council as part of the air plan development process that talked about the predominant cause of air quality issues in Otago being domestic home heating. And the implication of changing out wood burners and the impact that would have on air quality and subsequently health.
That's not the question I'm asking, as you know. The question I'm asking is, where is the science to back the assertion that in this particular area, there would be a 40% or whatever it is increase in air quality as a consequence of this policy being mandated?
Science paper.
So we haven't presented the science as a short answer, councillor. So
No, so where does the assertion come from then? So that's what the answer is. So where is the fact to support that particular assertion in this particular paper? Is it just an extrapolation? Or is there something that's been done in Clyde, because that's the area that's apparently going to get the favoured policy? Is there something that has been done specifically by the ORC in Clyde?
Can I suggest that we go on to other questions and come back before we finish question time, and I'll just test that with staff.
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm wondering if the rest of the proposed resolutions noting the consolidated forecasts and proposed adjustments and the other financial things are possibly uncontroversial. Perhaps we could deal with the rest of them as a group and then deal with this separately.
Yeah.
Councillor Malcolm.
Just for clarity, on the particular recommendation in the paper
3.
on the wood burners, and I'm just trying to get back to that, my apologies.
3.
Because I want to, so does that is not actually commit, even if we commit within, if we give some direction in that recommendation, that's not committing us to do anything, but that's simply to ensure that staff bring us a paper with the appropriate information to make a decision on which way to go.
Yeah, no,
No,
what
it's
it
not
does do, however, I
Yeah.
think, is that it says you have chosen not to just put it in our wardrobe or give it back to ratepayers or not spend it. And it also says we will not be spending it on something else. We will be spending it in this area. So it's not as simple as saying we haven't decided. It is a decision to use an overspend which belongs in the general coffers now because it wasn't spent on its general reason for being spent. to not only not put it back in our coffers, having been underspent, but choose a particular thing to spend it on. Isn't that?
Yeah, it's outlined in paragraphs 54 to 56.
Yeah. Do people have questions? Councillor Callaghan.
Sorry, were you going to ask, was your question then going to be specifically continuing that? Mine is a high level or general question.
No, I was just thinking whether we could pass the rest of them and leave just and think about it all. But if yours is a question on all of it, let's deal with it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Well, I suppose in summary, the summary to us has been that we had asked for a zero rates rise and we had asked for efficiency, and you've summarised by saying that yes, we've arrived at efficiency and we've arrived at savings that have got us met the zero rates requests that we've asked for. To what extent, at a very high level, because I've seen all the detail, I've read it all there, to what extent is meeting the zero rates rise being based on efficiency that we will then see year on year on year versus the opportunistic situation that arises by the laying work that it had actually been rates gathered for? Because that will come back at a time in the future and it will be an increase in cost. So has meeting our request been met by efficiencies looked for or sought throughout the organisation?
So and I have to go back through the workshops because we split it out. Might have been a couple of workshops ago. It's a combination of those things, Gary. You're absolutely right. There has been savings, so reducing anticipated staff numbers, reducing consultant costs for specific projects, just looking at general savings within all of our budgets. So across every group, regardless of the scale of the team and their budget, everyone was asked to go away and look line by line at those things. There is an element that is the use of underspends from the year we're currently in, which is a portion of it as well. And then there is also the unfunded being the large scale fund, which is that same proposal. So there's an element of each of those. So it's not one of those. It was, and I can't remember the number that Nick can off the top of his head. In terms of how much of the savings came from those three things. We know 2 million for the large scale environment fund, and we've got the figure in there for the underspends we're proposing. In terms of what it means down the line, it does mean if that work is part of a continuous program, it will come back at some point and there'll need to be a decision made around whether or not it continues and is rated for. Other things where they are potentially one-offs and would only be done next year wouldn't come back as a future rating requirement because they're a line in the sand and they're not required as I guess a part of the continuous program. So there will be some implications for future budgeting of decisions made to surplus fund an activity where it is required to be rated for in future years.
Okay, so just to follow that, to be able to give confidence to the ratepayers that we aren't in a situation where we were in the past where because of COVID we said we would hold rates at a certain level. This time round we have genuinely looked for efficiencies. It may be that in future years we will, as a council table, if we're still here, will request even further deep dives into what more efficiencies can we find. But we aren't setting ourselves up for a shock that will return of substantial scale that will then move us back to double-digit rates increases again, like we had done in the past.
So I'm confident that this budget's not setting ourselves up for that. I would put a caveat on that, that the implementation of the new resource management system is a total unknown in terms of the scale of resource required and the cost to the organisation of fulfilling our part of that function. If you know, I won't worry about that, but we can put that in there. That is the unknown. In terms of the balance of the budget and the work we do, I'm confident now that the organisation has a handle on that and we understand the expectation of the table for us to be very diligent in our financial planning, and not turn up and say, oh, but because of this, we're starting at 15%. But I just would caveat that, given it's a public comment, that we just don't know what impact our implementation will have at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Can I ask a supplementary to that? Oh, you've got after.
Was yours to do with what
Yeah.
Gary was saying? And then we'll move to Kate.
It's to do with the Large Scale Environment Fund. My fault last year for suggesting it.
Speaker.
My fault for last year for suggesting it as a sort of devious way of getting around embracing rates in election year. But now I've sort of hoisted by my own petard, let's be honest about it here. Now I'm hoisted by my own petard. I was actually suggesting it and thinking that you wouldn't go down that line, and good God, the last council bit on it like, some sort of trout on saying being fed for a month. But here we go. Now, we are left with this particular problem. If we were to take the large scale environment funding out for this year, until we actually had determined, would that just mean that the $2 million would remain in the consolidated account or whatever it is, the investment account? Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
In the general reserve.
In the general reserve, yeah. But it would have no particular impact in this financial year upon rates.
No, because in this annual plan, it's assumed to be reserve funded, so it hasn't got a rates impact.
So we'll get another bite at this particular issue at the long-term plan, when if we want to continue with a large-scale environment fund, we're going to have to work out how we're going to fund it, either by rates or by investment or by some combination thereof, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah, okay. So I guess the question I would have of you is, if you were, I guess it is the question. So we're funding the large scale environment fund for the third year. Why? If we haven't got criteria established as to how we're going to let it go, so wouldn't you establish the criteria first, and then after you've worked it out and socialized it, will this work with all the various ratepayer and stakeholder groups? Then you come back and say, now how are we going to fund it? But as I understand it, and because unfortunately it's been carried on from last year to this, we're just going to accept that it was a carryover from last year, are we? Is that the story?
I don't think that's a question for Richard.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounds like very much a question for the table when you're in debate. But in terms of, I guess just to give council an update on where the requests to staff are at, we were actually requested to have the process up and running within this year. We haven't delivered that because the council table indicated a change of direction, and we're working on that new process, but that will be delivered before next financial year. So we're confident the process will be there because we've been directed by council to do that. So that's an update on the work program. The rest of that question I'll leave.
Yeah, okay, right. But so in other words, the criteria you would be confident of establishing in 26, 27.
Yes, we'll be ready to roll the process out.
It's for us to establish with the advice,
That's right.
doubtless, of our staff.
But I guess I'm asking, is today the day in which we say yes or no? We pull the plug or we proceed with the $2 million from the investment account into our draft annual plan for year 3?
Today is the day we either
Wasn't affected by them.
But it
approve
is.
these resolutions,
Yeah.
or we don't approve one or two of them and substitute them with a resolution of taking that out.
So to answer your question, like you could make that decision today. It won't have a rates impact because it's we're proposing that it's not funded through rates in year 1, similar to last year. But the decision could be made today to pull it out of the budget, so it's not available as part of that process.
So that would require a
Right.
separate motion. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
On that, would that meet a significance test and require us to therefore consult, because it was a significance matter that we took to the council. Yeah.
Yes. Jasmine, do you want to?
I think we would need to look into that, given that it was a consultation item in the LTP. If we are kind of drawing a line in the sand and no longer proceeding, we just need to go away and have a look at that.
Thank you. My questions are twofold. One is under scheduled fees and charges, and we've discussed, it must have been for the long-term plan, not for this plan, the driving costs, the kilometre costs for compliance. I don't think that's changed for is there any way it could be put into the annual plan? The rationalising of, or have I missed it?
So that's I'll let you go.
Yeah, it's just a practice change, so we can do that under the existing schedule of fees and charges, and that'll go into an internal process document. And if we did make that change to the fees and charges, it would likely meet that requirement potentially. So process change.
So so it's got actual here at the moment.
Yep.
So it has to stay that way until the long-term plan is what you're saying?
Yep, so we just do a process change.
Okay. So the other question, and if you want to come back to the questions on the year later, do you?
Well, don't know whether anybody's got any appetite for just dealing with the ones apart from that year one.
I mean, if you want me to move all of them, but the.
So we just, maybe if I just step in, we have got, a response to that first question. Councillor, if you're happy for them to provide an answer to that, so that was a question around what's the basis for the, statement around, human health?
So to follow up on Councillor Law's question, paragraph I think he's referring to, Michael, is paragraph 49 of the report.
48 and 49. Yes, that's
49,
correct. Yep.
So it states that, as an example, reducing 80 burners and Clyde could reduce emissions by up to 40%. So there's two parts to your question. One was around, as Clyde a preferred location. That's not the case. Simply an area where we have enough data to provide you with an example. And then the other part is that emissions reduction of up to 40%. We have the science to show that that reduction would or should have a material impact on human health for that particular township. And we have the science to be able to show that the quantity that 80 burners provides in terms of emissions, we have emissions budgets and monitoring to be able to do that. And we can relate that to, so we do that through emissions inventories, which you've seen come through the table in the recent past. And we also have, stable monitoring in that area to be able to estimate what that would do to the ambient or background levels of contaminants, which we can on relate to human health. So the science is there and has been presented to this table at various points in the last 5 years to be able to make that particular assumption. And that's typically how we compile a scientific package to be able to provide that type of estimate or information.
Right. Kate, would you like to, we'll come actually move the ones that aren't that.
So 1, 2, and excluding 3, yeah. I'm just going to check that the new.
1 through to 12.
Excluding 3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Point of order.
Yes, I was.
I would also request that item 7 on fees and charges be excluded from the movement conditions.
Chanel.
Oh, yes, we can't determine that it won't cut the material significant because if we took the large, we can for the 600. Yeah. Depends. Michael wants to go large scale.
Okay, the plan is to finish the questions on all or any of these, and then we'll have a short adjournment to figure out which way is the cleanest way to move forward through these.
That's my other question.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. My other one on air is if the direction was to invest the 600,000 in getting say new wood burners, And that it could be cost neutral over time, but not necessarily immediately, and that we, the subsidy could be a time thing, just allowing people to get the new wood burner and pay it off as their rates? Or would you be considering it only being a system that was a subsidy?
If I could jump in, so our plan would be if you directed the use of that money, we would be bringing a report back to you that had options on
All of those.
where and how and the financial structure and things like that.
Okay.
So at this stage, they can, the proposal as it stands as a subsidy, the ratepayer assistance scheme still being developed.
Yeah.
So that would be a separate conversation.
So
That's there is an opportunity in terms of the paper that Nita brings back to capture some of those other options.
right, thank you.
So the $600,000, is that cash that you're then going to utilise for private benefit? Or is that the $600,000 include all the work that you're now going to do to fund staff and consultants to take you through the options that will then be presented to this table as to whether or not we proceed? So, or is it a combination thereof?
So the work, if you direct us to invest the money on air quality improvements, the work would be done by staff in-house, and the money that we would be suggesting you spend is the $600,000 on actual air quality improvements, not staff or consultant staff.
Okay.
Is there any opportunity now to move something, presenting the council with a variety of options as a result of our action plan priorities, where we could spend $600,000?
That's just what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Not sure what it says.
That was a question.
Yeah, it's a good question.
I guess it's for us to decide whether we would like to do that. Clearly,
So
staff could do it if they
yes.
wanted.
So as it stands, we've prepared some options for you to consider for the $600,000 we have already rated for the preparation of air plan, which is now no longer being used for that reason. The next step, should you decide you wish to use that for the purposes of air quality, is for us to prepare a report which outlines some options and other things. If you'd like to have a broader consideration of other actions or other priorities, you would just be voting today not to use that money for the purposes of air quality, as it's set out in the report. And we have a different conversation upcoming around actions to implement or to deliver on the plans to deliver on the priority actions that you're developing. So it would be a separate.
Right. Okay.
Chanel.
I just have a concern about one of the activity performance items. Can I?
Yes.
So it's just around navigational safety at page 146. So the navigational safety. My concern's limited to the recreational boating safety campaign listed as deliverable in that performance report. Recreational boating safety education already sits with Maritime New Zealand's national mandate.
It's the next paper.
Pardon?
It's the next paper.
I'll bring it up next paper.
Sorry, can I just point of clarity, are you bringing it up in terms, because it is part of the next paper and it's one of our current, but we are proposing that it remains. So you're bringing it up in the context of the annual plan?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
So in short, basically, I'm not convinced a council-run education campaign is core regulatory or harbour master work. And I also have an equity concern with the discretionary recreational engagement being treated as standing regulatory deliverable, even within a targeted rate. So I'd propose a narrow adjustment, but I don't know if this, do I do that now? Do I do it later?
So if there's no, if it's just a proposal in terms of the recommendations that you are considering, you would be doing that under the recommendations as an additional recommendation. So you've got noting, approve the proposed adjustments to the financial forecast. Within that, there would need to be a separate resolution regarding that particular matter.
Today.
Do I do that now? Do I propose a motion now?
If we're likely to, when we finish questions, adjourn for a
Yeah.
moment to do that, that would be a time to do that. Have we any further questions?
Yes.
Michael?
The PEST plan, such as it is, over the next 12 months, will this plan that provides a 0% rates increase be able to maintain or improve the operation of our pest plan and the combating of pests in the wider region?
Yes, it will.
So is it maintain or improve?
So we're maintaining current staffing and resourcing levels, but it will be improving through changes in process and how we are delivering our work.
Right, so we won't have a repeat of Cadrona?
No.
No. But it's
Councillor Gillespie?
Just go back to the year plan surplus. And if I read the report correctly, it says that there's three options the staff come up with, posing to us, and the recommendation that's in there is for us to choose one. And no matter which one we choose, the report's got to come back to council to take it to the next steps anyway. And then we've heard that there's something else we might want to throw into the mix that could change that completely as well.
No, it doesn't necessarily have to, because if we choose not to spend it on things to do with air that weren't the thing that was rated for, then it will become a part of the surplus at the end of the year or whatever.
Yeah, so for clarity, councillor, so option 1 and 2, you'd have a report back. Option 3, the budget would remain as it is, which is that $600,000 is not tagged for air delivery.
Sorry, I should have said options 1 and 2. So options 1 and 2. So what I wanted to ask is saying, without choosing either of those options, the paper we could ask for to come back could cover both those options in some more detail, and anything else we choose to add at some later date between now and then.
It isn't set up to choose anything else than the options there. So we could change that and say, because these two assume that it's going to be used for what we didn't rate it for, but to do with air quality.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that because recommendation 3 doesn't choose either option, we can put in there whatever we want. And what I was trying to get a handle on is saying that we could say that actually the report can come back on options 1 and 2, and anything else we may choose to add to it as well. And we could finesse that with the wording prior to it. All I'm trying to do is keep the door open to the two options that are there, and the third for that matter. That could be, what I want to know is, can that be done? The answer?
Yes, you can.
Answer my question, even if I else understood.
You might then be wanting to choose an option that said not to use it for that in the meantime, but for staff to bring back a variety of options or whatever.
Yeah.
Which is,
Michael.
I was going to say, so there's what's missing is option 4 basically, which is there are 3 options here that staff have provided, but there is a 4th available, and we've just sort of canvassed it now, which is to reallocate that $600,000 to the priority options for 26-27 identified by governance. So there's another option. This option 3 is simply return it to the consolidated fund for all intents and purposes. Option 4 is to allocate it to another area of council activity that may be in actual fact new.
Yeah, that's correct. And I would say that given the priority actions are still under discussion and I understand they're well advanced, my advice there is that you could still choose to fund any of those actions within next year's annual plans from reserves, which is effectively that $600,000 anyway. So there is that opportunity as you make those decisions and you want to invest more than what is currently shown in the annual plan. to instruct staff to fund that from reserves, knowing that that $600,000 is there.
Yeah.
That would be my advice on that, rather than, because they're unknown.
Yeah. Kevin,
Question, is it possible for us to request by motion that the $600,000 regional air plan surplus be held in reserves pending a paper to council for consideration on options 1 and 2?
It's
possible, but the worst of all worlds, in my view.
yeah, my response is yes, it's possible.
Thank you. Can I inform Chair that I've just sent a motion to governance, which I hope I've done correctly, to replace number 3.
Are there any further questions? Because if not, we will adjourn briefly while we try and figure out the easiest way through this. No further questions?
Happy to move.
I'll second that. All those in favour?
Aye.
On 5 minutes on the contrary. Carried.
No, not yet.
sports performance.
Oh, that's a.
Excuse me,
check it
we're
out.
unmuted now. We've returned to our meeting. Councillor Malcolm, if you could resume your seat. Yes. We're going to deal with these one at a time. We think probably 2/3 of them or something won't require particularly questions or debate, but we will see. Number one, has anybody got any further motions which would impact? Oh. Yes. Sorry, that's still with two, isn't it? Yeah. If I could move from the chair, number one.
Second.
Seconded by Kevin. Any debate? Right. I'll put the motion.
Aye.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Number two has anybody got any further motions impacting the budget before we move to
So just from a process point of view, number two is approving the proposed adjustments. And so before council considers that, it's important to know whether there are any additional motions that councillors have that would impact that final annual plan. So now would be the time to table those. And I did have a conversation with Councillor Gardner in the break regarding the harbour master roles and responsibilities and functions. And understanding the issue that's being raised, we discussed picking that up through long-term plan conversations. It is a community level of service. We do have agreement with Maritime New Zealand currently, so there's a broader conversation for staff, but we've committed to bringing that back as part of the long-term plan work.
Michael.
I have two motions, Madam Chair, for consideration arising from our discussion. Is that the first is that funding for the large scale environment fund, which is currently from reserves, be deferred until a criteria has been properly established, including consultation with interested parties, comma. And the wider issue.
Who's writing this one? Amanda, got on your Amanda?
Do you want to say it again? Cool. And the wider issue of ORC funding for large-scale environment projects has been addressed. And that latter part for staff, the benefit of staff, is as a consequence of the discussion that was had a week ago at the action plan meeting. And
can I ask you whether the first part of it, of your proposed motion, I think, is currently in train? So
yeah,
it's not.
There are three things that happen.
Yeah, so that first part is going to happen, whatever happens.
Yeah, that's
to
fine.
your motion or the current.
Yeah,
arrangement.
what I'm trying to do is put a logical sequence of all these things to occur before this final decision is made.
So Amanda's just going to type that out, get it to Kylie, who can pop it up on the board. So we need a seconder, and then
I'll second it.
And the second motion is.
Can I ask a question to that one?
Sure.
Question, Chair. Is my understanding correct that we will withdrawing that environmental fund monies from the budget, and those funds will sit in reserves? We will still go through the process of determining the reason, the process of not dishing out, but applying the regional fund, and at such time we have agreement on that, we would then seek to fund it from reserves.
Well, you have an option, but the point is we need to go through this process first, and then how you fund it is an issue. Do you fund it through utilising reserves, or do you fund it through a combination of rates and reserves, or do you fund it through a combination of rates, reserves, and private funding? So the aim and intent, do you, in other words, leverage the council funding that you're going to put in to attract funds from other sources as well?
Yeah.
So you have a range of options. It would be silly to limit it to just one in any discussion that you have. And
Through your indulgence, Chair, just to clarify that, so my option is still available on the table, that we could fund it from our reserves.
That's up to you.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
think
That's all I need.
currently, if 3 here
I'm agreeing.
fails, it would be automatically the status quo before Michael spoke today, and it would be being funded through reserves in the next year. So the status quo is you don't need Kevin to do anything to put it back to where it currently is in the proposal of the budget, which is in front of you.
And the second motion, Madam Chair, at the moment, there are 3 options on paragraphs 54 to 56 being given, including a recommend option from staff, which is option 1. I am proposing to add an option 4, which is to reallocate the $600,000 to fund priority options or priority action options for the 26-27 year from governance.
You
Government.
seconding that, Gary?
No.
No, I'm just saying it's an option that we can debate. So I'm just putting another 4th option out there.
We'll debate it if it's got a second, Michael.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry, I'm not supporting
Okay.
this.
And just point of clarification, well, this is a replacement for, and I apologise, the numbering on the screen now is not going to exactly match, but that is a replacement for motion 3 in your paper, Michael, is that correct?
That's right. Well, I mean, we're going to have to determine if we're going to keep the $600,000, what we're going to do with it. All I was adding was a 4th option for the council's consideration.
Yeah, I guess, Chair, that's me, because I think Kevin had indicated previously that he had put forward an alternative to resolution 3, and that had been emailed through to governance.
Well, then we have to take that first as a matter of
and then
procedure, and then if that was to fail, then that would be foreshadowed.
If somebody would like to second.
Well, no, you wait until you've done the motion first.
Oh,
and then-
okay, right. Yep.
So we've got a move and seconded number 2. So moved and seconded resolution 2 regarding the large scale environment fund. So that will need to be debated and voted.
Councillor Hollier.
Thank you. I'm just wanting to clarify the point 2 that Councillor Laws has proposed. That's the status quo, isn't it? At the moment, the large scale environmental fund, which has been enthusiastically supported through workshops and consultation, was to be funded through the reserves fund in 26-27. So that appears just to be wording that reiterates exactly what's in place anyway. Have I missed something?
No, it's all right, Matt. The issue at the moment is that we have it in our PAC plan for this year, which is the 26-27 financial year. It would simply go as being drawn from the reserves budget. My suggestion is that is self-limiting, the way that we had been thinking about the large-scale environment fund, that we need to be a little bit more creative, and we started going down that track last Wednesday through that meeting at the port, and that we need to expand our ambition for large-scale environment funds, and that means that we also then need to work out how we're going to fund it if our ambition is to become more creative and much more impactful in the Otago region.
So are you saying 27, 28?
27, 28.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the difference.
Yeah. So
Is
it
that
would go
a-
into the long-term plan, it would feed
Yeah.
into the long-term plan for 27, 28, and the funding would be ongoing. At the moment, this is just one-off funding for 27 from reserves.
I'm not sure what the protocol is here, but were you asking a question or wanting to answer a question that might have been asked? Mr. Donnelly?
I was just going to say from what that says, how we'd action that, although it says remove the funding, what I took that to mean is that the $2 million spend would come out of next year's plan. Is that how you understood it, Richard? So
the
that
deferred to me reads as remove the
the
$2 million from the operating budget next year.
so the suspend
26, 27.
And so clarity that no impact on rates because it's reserve funded. However, it does come out of our budgeted operating spend for the 26-27 year.
That is correct. The work will continue though. We'll make all those final decisions and it will inform our long-term plan of 27, 28 going forward.
Councillor Bayes?
Can I just get something clarified, please, Nick? Either I'm confused or others are confused. The so-called reserves, that's not a fund, it's not a pool of money sitting there, is it? It's more of a revolving credit facility.
For a lot of the targeted rate areas, it's like that. It's like a revolving credit, and a lot of the targeted rate areas are in deficit, and we spend the money and then we rate over time because they're longer term, usually capital programs. In this case, this is money that we have now. So we already had the $2 million from previous years. We already rated it in the. Did we rate it?
No.
We were always going to reserve fund it. So
Yes,
we
that's
just
right.
deferred the reserve funding,
Yeah.
but we already had those funds in the general reserve. So when you think about general reserve is actually funds that we have in cash. But some of the other reserves, the targeted rate ones, are actually in deficit. Effectively, they're loan reserves. Yep.
Thank you.
So it's like you had some money in the bank and you just knew that either the car was going to break down or the washing machine or something, and so you needed to set aside some money in your bank account in case if you wanted to spend it on something. That's just sitting in that fund, unallocated as yet.
Every year.
So there.
Right. Number 2 has been moved and second. Is that a question?
I'm sorry, what's the impact of that change in terms of the need to consult? If we take it out of the annual plan for 26, 27.
Yes, we were just discussing that in hushed tones. We have, it's not black and white around significance and materiality in consultation. It's something that was a consultation item for this LTP. But you're not saying you're not going to do it. It's deferring it a year. We've already deferred it a couple of years over the last period. So it's not black and white. I guess we would probably want to get some advice. In an ideal world, we would get some advice on that and come back to let you know what the impact of that is. Because if you look at some of the materiality triggers in the paper, one of them is, do any of the changes attract public interest? And I think there is high levels of public interest in the large scale environment fund. So, that potentially would be a reason to think about that. So sorry, it's not a black and white answer.
So just to make sure I heard what you last said right, so it would be a clear case of changing a community expectation.
No. Because there's no criteria that have been
Councillor
established.
Laws, I asked,
Well, I'm telling you, Neil.
I'm asking the governance now.
So I think if you're looking at the tests we use to assess significance and materiality, community interest is part of that. However, governance has made the decision to defer it over the last couple of years, and it has continued to have engagement from the community through that process. And you're not saying you're not going to do it, you're saying you're going to continue to develop the criteria and engage with interested parties on that. So, like I say, I can't give you definitive advice that it doesn't trigger that. But I guess a call for you guys to make as well.
Spot on.
It doesn't really, I mean, it's not only just a deferral, but it's also will continue when something's been addressed. It doesn't say it won't continue or that there's an impossible issue to overcome. You know, it reeks of going forward, but doing more checks and balances beforehand, sort of, to me, that as a proposal, but
So it doesn't pick up the issues around what's going to happen next, which we heard what could happen next is about deploying the long-term plan. Is that an issue that we need to be mindful of here, and should that be part of a resolution as well, so it's quite clear what is going to happen next, apart from what Michael's already put in there about having the criteria and those things, but there's no expectation or indication given, as we heard a moment ago, about for the long-term plan. For argument's sake.
You could put it in if you wanted to, Neil. Is the answer to that question?
I'm just asking the question to say, well,
No, you could say to be deferred until the long-term plan, which gives a date for you.
well, not just for me, I think for the community as well.
Yeah.
There's an expectation.
I don't think we're going to get much further on this, but Kevin.
No, we certainly may not, but we did sit at a workshop at the port, and I understand that to be one of the draftings of an action point was to move forward with the Environment Fund and finalise the details of that. So all I have from that motion, if in a short space of time we come to a resolution of those terms and how we're going to proceed with it, and we have an agency requiring our funds to get those funds, if we take it out now, I assume we would then have to pass another council resolution to use reserve funds. Is that correct? No.
Yes, because it won't be in the budget as expenditure that this council has approved me to make next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If you're going to.
No, we're moving into debate,
Okay.
please.
Speak first, or we're just debating that motion too.
Would you?
This one now?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Well, I better move it then. The problem with allocating funds that you haven't actually worked out what you're going to spend, it seems self-evident to me. And certainly when you haven't actually worked out what the criteria is with the interested parties who might apply for its funding, it also seems self-evident to me that you've got to do a lot of work before you in actual fact decide that you're going to take any funds from the Otago ratepayer, whether it's from investment accounts or from rates, and then just put it in a jam jar somewhere and wait for that allotted day. We've got a lot of work to do on that particular project. We also came up with this particular project in the last council, and the council has changed this table with 5 new councillors around it. And so we have the opportunity to reallocate and to relook at this. We should take that opportunity. And we should actually be thinking about, are we actually too limited in our ambition? And my argument is, this is a very limiting ambition. It's really doling out money that will be of perhaps little consequence when the aim is to create some long-term lasting benefit to the Otago environment in general. We also haven't considered lots of other things. Could we leverage that funding for purposes of getting funding from private or from government circles? We also haven't thought about talking to the communities in which those large-scale environment projects might be affected and what they might wish to or not wish to contribute to it. When we have got a proper criteria, when we know what we're doing, let's go. Can I use the good example that I gave last week again? And that is, if you were to clean up Lagra Siphon and all of the lakes and waterways of Otago, and we're being told by LINZ officially and formally that the only issue is cost, are there projects that might emanate actually out of this building and that we would lead as having a long-term lasting and beneficial consequence to the environment in Otago? What this resolution does is all those things. But it just said, and then and my intention would be, and it'd be clearly understood in the moving of this motion, that would then inform the funding for and the long-term investment that will be signalled in the long-term plan of 27-28 going forward. So you've got a fund from the council that is always going to be used for those purposes. That's it.
Kate then Matt. Sorry, Kate then Matt.
The only thing more foolish than to do what has just been suggested would be to plan a whole lot of large scale environmental projects without putting funding in there and therefore have no limits to it and have no idea what you're aiming to achieve. I'm sorry, the only way to get the criteria right is to have a fund available and then work out how to use it. Otherwise, you are chasing your tail and going around in circles. We have talked about leveraging. We have talked to the communities, and in fact, during the long-term plan, those communities were really, really clear they need this money. And the keeping up the large-scale environmental projects that are already there are desperate to get funding and are happy to talk about leveraging and are happy to talk about all those other things. Equally, our ICM project has shown that there's some really good work to be done, but it has been unbudgeted. I think the other thing that we have to take into account, and why I supported the large scale coming out of reserves, is that as we go through local government reform, I would rather that we and because I believe in democracy, that we as councillors were developing these ideas and themes and making sure that we're working with the community and that the funds are not left to be delegated out or to be used by other people in a non-democratic process. So leaving the funds in the reserves isn't particularly helpful to anyone necessarily in getting environmental good done. And I've been we've heard clearly articulated right around this table that we're all keen to see some environmental projects proceed in the next couple of years while the interregnum of local government reform. The only way of doing that at any meaningful level is to ensure that this fund is available and the money's set aside for that purpose, and give confidence to projects developing up and providing opportunities for that work.
Matt, followed by Gary.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Kate, and thank you for your desire to be ambitious and more productive with making a change in the environment, Michael. I appreciate that long-term solidity of funding is not being challenged here. It is that trying to get things right and get things going in the right direction is the point that you're trying to make, Michael. I can't support any deferral because I think, Richard, is it next month that is it March? We're expecting to see the criteria and funding and that sort of stuff around the large scale environmental fund.
April.
I would have thought that after we see that and that's table next month, that we can then decide whether or not it's up to scratch for the criteria that's been set. I think the money should be left in the operational budget. This is actually getting a chance to get things actually done, demonstrating leadership and all that positive stuff that we've talked about in many workshops and consultations with communities. It backs up large-scale or the integrated catchment management plans as well. And so I think we should, if the criteria and the process tabled at the next meeting is not up to scratch, then that's when this conversation should be had. But until such stages it's confirmed which way we're going there, I think the money should be left in the operational plan and the management should be able to plan on that. Thank you.
Gary.
Thank you. Yes, I was happy to support this motion. I was thinking something similar along those lines, not just to defer and delay. I was not happy to be using reserves to advance this when our criteria is not clear. I am quite scared around this fund because when you look at the number of groups that were proposed to us that are going to be after these funds, and then the uncertainty that sits with us as a council and whether we're going to be able to provide them into the future, these groups, we're moving into a new level, and this new level of funding with this fund as opposed to the Eco Fund, these groups are going to be back at us year after year seeking a continuation of these funds. We will become the provider of some of these groups for their long-term funding as they battle across the country for what is available for them. And so we have to be absolutely certain that we can allocate these and know that they are in all of Otago's interest. So I'm not saying that we would want to defer indefinitely. What I am saying is that it is prudent to defer now until this criteria is set in place and set correctly for the best of the region.
Alan, then Gretchen.
Thank you. I will not support this amended recommendation. Kate and Matt have expressed things very well. I'll just note that this council has done extensive work on this over the last couple of years and have considered many of those issues that were raised as possible objections. There is a strong community expectation, so there's no need to delay the environmental benefits that this fund will bring. Thanks.
Gretchen.
Thanks. Totally agree. It makes 0 sense to delay at this point. Coming back at the end of a very long process, it's actually been quite costly as well, where we have consulted as a special topic with our community as to what they think on this matter. We've done that. Then we have done many expensive workshops involving consultants on what would be the next best practice steps for this council. We're at the end of all of that with coming back to April council meeting. And some people have just said that they're scared of the demand that is out there in our community to do positive work for the environment. We're overwhelmed with it. Gosh, yeah, well, that's probably why they came to us during consultation and said, please invest in us. We've got a whole lot of volunteer hours that we want to put towards making a difference for our environment, doing the stuff that we think makes a difference in our backyards. Could you please invest in us? Obviously, there would be leverage. Obviously, there would be other investors. Obviously, there'd be a whole lot of volunteer hours, which is why we thought it would be a really good thing to invest in. And when I say we, I mean the community, because they were consulted. This is when local government has to get behind what our communities actually say they want us to do, rather than say, oh no, sorry, we're just going to defer that, and oh, we might consult on it again, oh, we might spend a whole lot more money on consultants and never actually do anything. This is when we actually have to do something. Thank you.
Chanel.
Had Michael brought this forward prior to our strategy work last week, I would likely have supported that motion. I have stated really clearly that I believe that all our environmental funding must be strategic, disciplined, outcome focused, and clearly defensible to ratepayers. I feel that post our group session last week and ongoing conversations that we've given very clear governance directions to our staff. That also ties into some of the groups that I've met in the last little while, who are, the first question they ask is, where is this large scale environment fund? I have been perfectly honest and said I do not think that the criteria is fit for purpose yet. We are developing it and staff are working hard, and I'm confident that we're on the right path with that. And I understand the rationale behind keeping the budget available for those continuing conversations. But again, had this motion been brought forward prior to our extensive conversations together, I would have supported Michael's motion, because we need to be very precise with this, because we've got a really large opportunity.
Kevin.
ORC needs to be getting with our community and getting some clear, direct environmental gains. If the Lagra Siphonites have got a plan to get rid of their weed, bring it to us with the numbers and let us consider it. If it's a pet project, let's do it. Let's look at it and let's do it. But what we're clearly seeing, and we will see at our April meeting, and I'm trusting the portfolio leads, they will examine the paper that's coming to us that will set the criteria And that will be based around the priorities that us as governors decided last week. So we need to get it up. We haven't spent a cent yet, and there will not be a cent go out of the budget until such time as we are confident with that criteria. And like anything that starts, you need to start somewhere. We've just bought a new tug down the harbour. We can grab that tug and slowly shift it around a wee bit if we need to change our direction in some way. But we will make the right decision, and let's get this environmental fund underway, critique the criteria, and let's get it moving. The people need it, our environment needs it. Let's get some action.
I am with Chanel on this, and this is my Scottish heritage coming out, that we are in the process of, and you will all have in your inboxes now, a first cut of proposed action plans for us to have a public workshop to look at. But the assumption that we are making is that in those action plans is that we can achieve things that are important to us, priority outcomes, with a combination of reprioritising current budgets and leveraging off people using the large-scale environmental fund. So to me, the point of it isn't to hand out $2 million of ratepayers' money willy-nilly. It is to provide up to $2 million to people who are helping us carry out our priority options with less cost to us, because the community's in behind us and they're making their contribution. So it's tied up to me with the action plans that we're developing. And as Chanel says, I agree that until we started doing that work, it didn't feel to me like the money would be necessarily spent on things that we thought was a priority, whereas now I do believe it will be. If there are no further speakers, did you want to write a reply, Michael?
Yeah, listen, this council is just about to make a mistake. So I'm just going to lay this warning out clearly here so that you know what you're walking into. And it's really bad governance to allocate funding for something that you don't know what you're going to be spending it on. It's just sort of governance 101, really. But the second thing is you are going to pick winners. So this large-scale environment fund is a requirement to pick winners. There will be a whole series of contestable agencies that will contribute their particular projects for this particular fund when the details are presumably finalised. And then you're going to have a whole series of worthies from which you're going to have to choose presumably one or two that will meet the criteria that will make a difference, but you're going to then not meet the community expectations that you've also talked about. And here's the irony. The large-scale environment fund has sure enough set up expectations amongst a whole series of very large groups who've already spent this money, thank you very much, but they're going to come here and they're going to get turned down. Brilliant. You're actually going to dampen, and what you need to do is have some reality around the criteria that's out there rather than consult on something that they're not going to make available. Here's the next problem you're walking into. You're going to take this $2 million from reserves, but what are you going to do the year after that? And do you know what the idea is for the new councillors? The idea that the last council had is it will then be taken off rates. You'll allocate $2 million plus each year on your annual rates demand. And at that point, that is not, I would suggest to you, an idea that's been socialised with our community at all. That you would rate $2 million extra over the next 10 years which is the expectation that the last council had. And it played this jiggery-pokery game of taking the money out of reserves as a way of forestalling the inevitable question about, when are we going to move this on to rates? And then finally, this problem, and obviously few people here have worked in NGOs. The problem with funds is that they aren't one-off.
Point of order. Point of order. It was said that we did not consult with that. We consulted with our community and our long-term plan consultation that we would be rating for the $2 million.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, but I was here, and just to answer the point of order, but
I don't.
it's far away from everyone. Yeah. Can I speak? Point of order?
Carry it, yeah.
No, but then I can speak to the point of order. The expectation around the table when that debate was here, and I was here, and so was Councillor Malcolm, was that this wasn't a one-off funding, that the funding would be going on year after year, as Kevin Malcolm's nodding his head, that's correct, and that it was considered to be a rates funding until it was my motion that suggests take the first year out of reserves. Yes? Is that correct, Kevin?
I can't remember that exact motion, but I understand that that is the way it's happened.
Michael, you've got 2 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. The real problem here for NGOs is you're frittering away the money. You see, the problem that every NGO wants to do, can I just take an example for you? Southern Sanctuary, or a really good project like Halo, or I don't know, something to do with an initiative that might come out of Wilding Pines. They don't need one-off funding. They're looking for certainty of funding over a 3 to 5 year period to make a real environmental project work. I've always argued that this is not going to do that job because the funding is too small and it will be spent over a variety of projects, so it won't have a large-scale environmental beneficial effect, which is why I wanted to continue this discussion and how we might leverage that $2 million to create more, either from within Otago or from a national funding basis. We go ahead with this particular project, I have to say, I think we're going to be disappointed, and so are the community groups whose expectations have been raised and are not going to be met by this particular motion. And that's why I was suggesting let's get everything right first before we start actually asking people to come and apply. And let's also address the bigger issue, which is what are you going to do next year? And the year after that, and the year after that. And that question has not been addressed by this annual plan.
Right, I'm going to put this motion to people want a division.
Yes, please.
Right.
Absolutely. Councillor Byers.
Aye.
Councillor Calvert.
No.
Councillor Gardner.
No.
Councillor Gillespie.
No.
Councillor Hollier.
No.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor Robertson.
No.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
Motion has failed. We have 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 in favour and
We
3
will.
and 4. Sorry, 3 in favour and
1 for it. Noon's on you.
Because there's one missing.
yeah. Yeah, motion has failed.
Right.
So get a second. I don't want a second. Take 2.
Right. Yes.
Now 3. So
Right. Okay. I think we've asked whether anybody had any other. We'll go now. Right. I'll move from the chair that we
Oh, yeah.
passed number 3 on your screen.
So just sorry, this is just the numbering with the additional one. So this is recommendation 2 within your reports, but it's showing now as 3 on the screen.
Have I seconded?
Sorry, is the discussion section of this report paragraphs 33 and 34 and 36, or is it the whole report, please? It just says, as summarised in the discussion section of this report.
It's the whole.
the whole discussion section.
Well, that doesn't make sense because we're just about to talk about the $600,000 that, so it's not the whole section, is it?
Any recommendation you make after that, because that whole discussion section gives you options to make. That's my reading. It's not going to materially impact. It will be, supplementary decision we've asked you to make within the discussion of the report.
Yeah, I would have done the report first and then come to that last, just quietly.
Do you need a seconder?
I do need a seconder.
Happy to.
Kate will second that. Was anybody wanting a division before I put the motion? Okay, right. And yes, no questions because we've had them debate.
I'm just confused, Madam Chair. The discussion section of this whole thing includes what we're about to talk about to do with the air plan. There's good parts of that that I would take issue with and vote against. So I would not like it to be assumed that because I'm voting for this motion, I'm voting for the logic or necessarily the illustration or examples that are promoted in that section. It's to do with the wider issue of how you're going to allocate the money in which particular areas. That would seem to be a different issue. But I don't want to be seen as endorsing the rhetoric of the section or the arguments of it by voting for this motion.
Good statement.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand, councillor, we have put that motion first. The subsequent motions are the things that we need decisions on. But this is the order we've put them in. I mean, it's the chair's discretion whether to change the order that they're taken in, but we're comfortable that overall these will deliver you, or this will guide staff onto the next stage of the annual plan process.
If we move.
Well, can I raise another issue then, please? On pages 80 to 81 of this particular, again, rhetoric of this particular section, we are also endorsing partnering with Mana Whenua and what we will deliver in that area. So this is an endorsement of an issue that I understood to be still, I don't know what happened to Mana Tomato this morning, but we're still under active discussion as to our relationship with the ORC. So the strategic directions document 2024 to 34 is part of this discussion document, yes?
Is that, we're on debate then? Is that what you're saying?
So that's the reason that I am asking these questions is to clarify that item 3 asked me to endorse a lot more than just the motions as to the money. In this particular case, I'm also being asked to endorse, and so are you all,
You have to make
the strategic directions.
until the end. Yeah.
Yes, that's what.
Yeah, no, until the end.
Yeah.
Let's do that. So move.
Let's just lay this on the end until we finish the rest of these.
Aye.
Yes, all those in favour?
Aye.
Aye.
The next motion we have is the one that councillor Malcolm has put forward as an for what is in your paper number 3. And it is appearing on the screen as item 5. So I will let Kevin's.
Have we, somebody
I
seconded
need a
that?
seconder to that.
Seconded Neil.
To start discussion on this point, clearly we are in a position without our air plan going ahead that we have taken funds from our community and we have options, possible options, and these are not confirmed options, possible options to do some very good work in the airspace and use that money to improve our air quality. By asking staff to bring back a paper on those options, does not mean that we are spending that money. It simply says that we will be given a better understanding of those options. We will, in due course, no doubt, have to do an air plan, and some would say that that $600,000 would be better left in kitty until such time. That still will stop us from actually getting ahead and getting some good air quality things going before such time, which could be out to 2030. So I'm saying here's an option to look to hold that money in place, so we can look at the options and then decide whether we want to spend it on those options or leave it there for future planning.
Can I ask whether the mover and seconder would countenance an amendment which says held in reserves pending a paper back to council considering our action plan priorities and whether there is something else suitable that money should be spent on?
Generally rated stuff, and we still have got that option anyway. If we say no to that money being used in a particular option that's brought to us by staff, we can still use that money for any other option because it is general rated money.
Neil.
Yeah, I think if I can speak to that, the resolution recommendation that's made is simply to take the next step in the air quality space. It may or may not fail, may or may not succeed. And as Councillor Malcolm has said, that if it doesn't, then it becomes available for a debate about what you might do with it or not do with it. So that it doesn't close the door, but it puts into the space as doing that further work. And so I don't think you need to change anything, and that's why I'm supporting what Councillor Malcolm put forward, because it's the opportunity to work that process through and determine if what actually we want to do option 1 or 2 or not, which means we'll do something else.
Would you like to finish speaking to it, since that's, I presume,
I think that's what I did.
Gretchen?
I'll support this as well. And just while I've got the chance, I think it may well end up, I'm not sure because I haven't seen the paper and the analysis, but having been involved on the panel on the original air plan and then watched that space for a number of decades, it did seem the best option to be investing in changing people's appliances in their houses. And you could keep spending money on planning forever, but actually the cheapest, most effective way to actually fix the problem would be to actually invest in the problem. And because of the issues with the building code and our inability to get in there and enforce things, actually replacing the inefficient burners is the way to go to actually solve the problem, and we can all move forward. We won't need to do expensive planning into the future, I don't think. Let's see what comes out of it.
Gary, then Alan.
Thank you. Apologies to the mover and seconder, I can't support it. And the reason I can't support it is that this motion as it's written is honing in on the two options, which were options that are outside of our statutory responsibilities. So we have gathered these funds off the ratepayers because we have a responsibility to do planning. And they have to meet that no matter what, because we've said we have to. We still have to do planning into the future, but what we are now doing is saying, let's look at ways that we can look to move to the non-planning aspects of what might help with the equality. But we haven't got any specifics or detail or how best to spend that money sitting in front of us to be making that judgment today. There could be, there's some very good opportunities sitting out there, but they need to be far more considered than what they currently have. And so this is ratepayers' money that has been put forward reluctantly from the ratepayers to do our statutory responsibilities, and we have more of those statutory responsibilities. And to say that this might mean that we don't have to do planning. We are still going to have to do air aspects of whatever our new plans will be put in front of us. And then we should be looking at what are the really good opportunities that sit available. And then we look at how do we get that money off the ratepayers, and is that the right spend? So at this stage, we should be holding that money, either returning it to the ratepayers or holding it in advance until we know what we have to spend it on.
Alan and Michael.
Council has a chance to take some meaningful action on poor air quality and the human health effects of that air quality in Otago towns. I would have preferred to have supported the original motion, which would have committed us to using this for air quality. However, I'm prepared to support this in the interest of keeping things going forward. There is plenty of evidence that what is causing poor air quality in those Otago towns, poor winter air quality, there is plenty of evidence about what to do about it. We heard last November at our meeting in Cromwell, we heard from Professor Alex McMillan and Dr. Cindy Mallard on that. We heard from the Kiwi Room at Clyde School, supported by Dr. Ian Longley on this. We have heard from Otago Housing Alliance Chair Aaron Hawkins this morning and received a letter from Dr. Sydney Mallard along these issues. We can move on this, and I look forward to that paper coming along. Let's just remember too, this is not just about private benefit. The point of this is actually the public benefit that comes from all the people living in those towns where we make improvements, and the public benefit to all of us by those people living with better air quality not having to make such great use of our public health system in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Michael.
This is a sneaky way of the IRC to try and avoid directive from the government, this coalition government, to defer all plans and policies until resource management legislation has been achieved and a variety of national policy standards have been updated and distributed. So you've got to see this as an attempt to undermine, I think, our relationship, which is already in great strain as a result of previous action from the Otago Regional Council, our relationship with central government. The second issue here is that if you actually look at options 1 and 2, they strike out the other options that are available to us, which is 1, to have that money referred to the Otago taxpayer because we're not using it at the moment. So to defer or have that money utilised to subsidise the rates demand for still be there in 26, 27. Alternatively, to utilise it until we know what those national policy standards are going to be for air quality and can work down those particular lines. I get annoyed with people from Dunedin, and it is all these people who come from Dunedin, telling us in Central Otago that we've got a problem and that we are going to solve it. And I have to say that uniformly in Central Otago, and isn't it interesting that the Otago Regional Council seems to regard its policy making in isolation from reality. Today, it has been mentioned that double-digit electricity price rises will be imposed upon my constituents in my region as a consequence of the inefficiency of one of the monopoly suppliers of lines here, and that's Aurora, and their appalling mismanagement over many years. And then also the gentailers and their particular propensity to reward their shareholders by screwing the New Zealand electricity consumer. But the Otago Regional Council just forget that. Oh, no. Let's go down the lines of actually reducing the potential for you to heat and keep yourselves warm in winter and give you an alternative energy source when the electricity in actual fact collapses in supplies. Let's be quite clear here. Option 1 is determined to is in actual fact going to look at a wood burner replacement trial. So you're actually going to spend the money. It is a clear ratepayer funded transfer to private interests where you're going to do that. And as I said, Clyde's the last place I'd choose, just quietly. I would choose places that have as significant an airshed problem as Clyde, who are a lot poorer and unable to afford an upgrade of their particular heating devices. Clyde's average property price is $1 million, makes Dunedin look sick by comparison. And it is a wealthy community, perfectly able to provide for its own upgrade in heating if that was the desired intent. But it is the example that's been given here. This money isn't going to be spent this year. It shouldn't be spent on anything other than returning it to the ratepayer. And that's the way I will so vote, Madam Chair.
Chanel, then Robbie.
When I read this paper, I did immediately think we are moving from the paper, we look to be moving from regulatory into non-regulatory drift. And I did note down a question when I was reading this: if we're comfortable repurposing general rate funding into non-regulatory activity here, what principles are we applying and how consistently are we doing these things? So while I agree with we ought to be looking into these options for the purposes of this and this particular $600,000, I do think it's something that's better scoped for the LTP properly rather than introduced through the annual, being in the annual plan in a holding pattern. So I won't be supporting that today. Thank you.
Robbie.
One of the things we wanted to do when we first started was to keep rates under control. We've asked staff to do that. They've found savings and efficiencies. Thank you very much. But I think we, as a table, have not done much by way of identifying savings. We've just signed up to another $2 million fund. We don't know what for yet, but we're setting the money aside. Here we are spending another $600,000 of money that was taken for planning. We heard earlier about the desire for our 0% budget not to have been achieved through deferring plans or projects. Mr. Saunders spoke earlier about there will be a raft of changes and more plans required due to RMA reform. Surely the prudent thing would be to set this aside as something of a hedge against the potential waterfall of plan changes coming down the pipeline, instead of subsidising some of the wealthiest homeowners in the region.
I think it's unfortunate that this paper landed in the way it landed, since it has a couple of words that have just, I'm going to say, confused some councillors into thinking that the money comes from somewhere different. And the two words that I'm referring to is, we've got a paper from staff giving us options that only relate to air and not air quality, using the word underspend, and this resolution uses the word surplus. Now, what happens when we don't spend money that we have rated for and we know we're not going to spend it, and it isn't in fact spent? It belongs in general reserves. That's where it is. It no longer is an underspend in a particular area. It is no longer a surplus in a particular area. It has been put back in our wardrobe. It never got taken out of our wardrobe. There it lies. So it doesn't belong to any particular work program or any particular plan. And it is unfortunate to me that it has come back to us as if it still is in some ways got an ephemeral connection to a particular work program. It isn't. It's money, general money, that we still have that we didn't spend. And looking at it as if it belongs in one area, and not only doing that, but when we took it for one purpose, in that general work area. And now we're doing something or proposing to do something quite different with it, as if it's still in the area and as if it's still the same thing to our ratepayers. That is, in my view, unprincipled and lazy thinking and ill-disciplined as an approach to ratepayers' money. We should be deciding whether to return it to ratepayers or to leave it in surplus or to spend it, and we should look in general whether it would be the top priority of things that we wanted to spend money on, that we considered the ratepayers wanted us to spend money on. Those are the three options that would be principled. This is a fourth option that isn't for me, so I won't be supporting it. Kate.
Many things, I agree with a lot of things that have been said around the table, but I think I'm having difficulty being able to actually support this particular motion because of the way it's worded. I agree that it isn't a surplus, it is money rated for improvement in air. I'm absolutely convinced that our community don't want us to spend more time on plans, but actually want action. Action in the airspace has been proven to make a significant difference. And anyone has to, of my age, who remembers Northeast Valley, back in my childhood, and that's a lot longer than Chanel knows, so even though she's nodding her head, or Christchurch, knows that the improvement in air quality and burning and going to other methods makes a significant difference. And those, especially those that are very affected by air quality, it's a really, really important thing to do. I would be happier if the $600,000 that was rated for regional air plans was held in reserves pending a paper to council full stop. And then we can see where the government's going with the national policy statements and direction and be able to pivot in that time, because it may well be that it's not that far away and that we've got the funds there. We can still consider the options. I do think investing in actions rather than planning is absolutely something we should be considering, but it's just what that timing looks like, which is, we really haven't got the detail on that. I am really nervous that people have used Clyde as an example. I think that's unfair. There are examples all throughout Otago that would make significant difference, and in my constituency it would be Milton, at least. And we also at Arrowtown. People talking about expensive houses, the people who have to live there and work in the corner store, or their houses may be highly valuable, but doesn't mean that they have got a high income. And it is exactly those people that we need to help get there. I had imagined that we'd be looking as one of the options at a ability to assist people to transfer into there that could be rates neutral, and that would be a very good use of this money in the interim. But until we see those papers, and they are some time away potentially, it's really hard to understand that. I'm finding it very difficult just to limit ourselves to options 1 and 2, however.
Yeah.
Kevin, your right of reply.
Clyde, as explained by our head of science and resilience, was the example used not because of the flash houses there, but because of the scientific data we had that we could provide a correct assumption and measure of what air quality changes would happen. Nothing to do with values or the fact of us giving any money into the Clyde area. If you know, and I've had, and I think it's called the Eka Fund now, but Cozy Homes, the work that Cozy Homes has done throughout Otago has been significant, and probably does need a real good boost along. And that was based on the decile, the earnings of the families, and that helped support them get away from poorly insulated house and poorly heated housing into a good type of heating. We are not stopping people, that none of these proposals actually stop people from having a wood burner. We're just simply saying, if you're going to put one in, use your noggin and put a good one in, because A, it'll heat you better, B, it'll save you money because you'll actually burn less wood, and that seems to be proven, and probably C, we might start get up to pace with the rest of the country, the likes of Canterbury, who have had these sorts of schemes going for many years and are solving their issues. So this is not spending 1 cent. This is simply saying, let's get the paper back, look at those options, and from those options, we may say we need further investigation. We need to get something going. If the plan doesn't happen to 2030, we will then sit down and say, well, we've got a plan in 2030. We've got a right house, and that's another couple of years, so that's 2032, and we might do something. But now we could possibly have a very good scheme costing us nothing, possibly, if you do it right, to finance people into fires and make their houses safer, warmer, and the people outside even safer. Simply, this is about getting some action, getting the numbers in front of us and looking and progressing the air problems that we have. Come with me and walk around Oamaru and I'll show you.
I think you've spoken, Michael.
No, I was just going to ask a question as a point of order, Madam Chair. Because
point of order is a different thing than a question.
Yeah, thank you. Point of order. Just to ask, in the right reply, the mover seems to have changed the aspect from 600,000 to 0. And I just, because you talked about this may cost nothing, I just wanted to clarify, is that the case? Because my understanding of this is that we'll have to allocate $600,000 in the annual plan. Is that correct, Richard? As a result of this motion?
So it says held in reserves.
Okay,
So it doesn't say allocated in the budget.
So the $600,000 doesn't go, where is it at the moment then?
In reserves.
Okay,
In
so,
the wardrobe that
but you are allocating it in the draft annual plan, are you not?
No.
You've got 600,000.
Right.
If you've got 600,000.
We're going to do this, stop at the two of you. We're going to do this by division.
Councillor Byers. Councillor Calvert.
No.
Councillor Gardner. No. Councillor Gillespie.
Yes.
Councillor Hollier.
Yes.
Councillor Callagher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
6-5.
6 in favour and 5 against. Motion is carried.
Yeah. Reduce rates.
Touch rate.
It's been $600,000 could have been coming back to the rate.
Haven't touched it. Consultants. Touched it.
If we've got no further questions in the meantime.
I'll second your, if you do more.
Yes. I'm going to move 4 to 6.
And the other one.
In the meantime, because that leaves other things beside it that can be. Seconded by Kate. All those in favour?
No.
Against? Carried. Right, now 7.
Actually 8, isn't it?
So this is where the numbering,
Oh.
sorry, so we have now moved 4.
I said 4 to 6.
Yeah, you're right. with
That's
the
my
paper.
right.
Yeah, so you're fine, Chair. So the 4, 5 and 6, and now 7 is the fees and charges one, which Councillor Keller requested we take separately, so that's the one we're up to now, which is now number 8 on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Would you like to move something, Gary? You want to
No,
move that, or do you want to move something different?
No, I didn't want to take in within the block of motions. I was requesting at the good grace of the chair that it be taken individually so that I can speak against it.
Right. Okay,
We need
would
someone
somebody like to,
move
would you
something.
like to move?
Yeah.
Gretchen,
I was just gonna move it, yeah.
going to move it, and Neil's going to second that.
Mhm.
And we move into debate. So councillor Kelleher, I understand you have something to say.
Yes, if possible, I would just like to speak to it in that because I've been on council for several years now. Each year I have voted against our fees and charges structure, and I see nothing different this year, even though what we are seeing is actually a very little increase at all on it, that is a good step, but I have felt that the escalation of fees and charges year by year has actually stepped outside of where I think the consent sector and where I felt was a fair cost for us to administer consents had stepped at or should be sitting at. And there's two aspects to fees and charges. There is the charges we can charge, and then there is how we charge them. And we have certainly moved into a space where we are charging for an awful lot more. The unfortunate thing is that what is actually was raised to us as councillors, some of us the other day, that we're charging to educate, being charged to educate staff on our consents. I think there is a base level of knowledge that should be held and understanding around consent. And it is often the case that consent officers are coming out onto site, and the consent holder has to then educate the consent officer on how the consent functions. And then often there is a report that comes back that is actually quite factually wrong, and then an ongoing chain of time is having to be spent to rectify that to a point where actually it reflects the usage of the consent. So I think there is much for us to do, and I have never actually, I won't be supporting the fees and charges schedule as we currently see it sitting at the moment. I think it is too high. Thank you.
You understand that our legislative arrangements sit around the idea of actual and reasonable.
Yes, I do. And sorry, are we in question time?
No, I'm just.
I was just thinking in debate.
Yes, I'm just thinking that maybe there's another venue for the discussion you seem to want that isn't just responding here. So that was all.
Sorry. So can I continue the debate?
Yes, certainly. Sorry, I wasn't meaning to interrupt you.
Well, the fact that you raised that, yes, I do understand that around fair and reasonable, and but my concern is that we are stepping beyond what is fair and reasonable as a consent regulatory authority and the knowledge that we should hold when we interact with our consent holders. Thank you.
Further debate. Richard.
Just wanted to agree with councillor Kelleher that I didn't see any increases in fees there. I'll ask that as a question. I know I can do that. There were no increases. No, I had a good look through. Couldn't see any. Councillor Kelleher couldn't see any either. So I don't think I'm wrong there in publicly stating that there weren't any increases. I was pleased with that. I haven't seen an alternative proposal. I haven't seen an alternative proposal put up by councillor Kelleher to support his argument, which he could have done. I'm satisfied that they are fair and reasonable charge out rates. And yeah, I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Could I just check, was that moved Gretchen and seconded Neil? Did I imagine that?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Further debate. If there is no further debate, I'm going to put this knowing that possibly Gary would like to have his dissent recorded. Is that likely to be?
Yes, recorded against.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Right. The rest of them. I will happily move the other, the balance and.
Well, and then go back to.
Yeah. With
Moved by
9 to-
Kate, 8 or 9 through 12, whichever
So,
numbers.
8 through 12 of the paper, 9 through 13 on the, screen, and then we've still got to return to the one that lay on the table, previously.
Is Michael going to second that?
No, I'm going to ask a question to do with
Well,
question 9.
okay.
If you were proposing, I think it's a 9 or a 10% rates increase for the 26-27 year, and a work program that's attendant to that as part of your long-term plan, and then you decide that you're actually going to have a 0% on average rates increase for that particular year, how does that not constitute a material or significant change from those outlined in the long-term plan 24-34?
I think if we're still delivering what we were delivering, sorry.
If you refer to, I'm not sure what page it is in your papers, but there is a flow chart that staff have considered. In terms of the program changes, these are largely or like the savings relate to pauses on planning, the use of reserves and minor adjustments program wise, and then the financial implications of that. It's for council to determine whether the changes are significant or material and can step through that and make conclusions.
Okay, well, I guess the next question is, if we were determined that it was a material change on what we had proposed in the long-term plan, and then I think a number of people, I'm just asking, Madam Chair, might say, wait on, you were going to get 10% this year, what are you cutting out? So that consultation would occur. Are we intending not to consult on this on this annual plan this year? I thought we were going to be consulting. We're not going to consult at all.
The plan is that we are not, we've been advised that consultation isn't necessary on the proposed plan as a result. It isn't necessary as a result of a significant change. And that we are being invited today to confirm that we do not want to go out and spend the money consulting where we don't think it's got any material advantage.
I'm just asking about the legal side of it, because I think it is material when you change your rating structure to ensure, even though in this case it's very good news, I'd hate to think if it worked the other way that the same logic would be applied. Are we going to not increase services or anything, but we're still going to raise you by 10%? You see what I mean? So if you were actually making the same argument, oh, listen, we're maintaining service levels, we're not increasing or decreasing them. We're going to share cost burdens, etc., but we're going to increase rates by 10%. Then utilising that logic, you wouldn't consult either. But in this particular case, we're reducing it by 10%, so we're saying, well, we don't need to consult. I'm just asking the legal aspect of this, is that it seems material to me that you are delivering a particular service now for 10% less than you'd anticipated. Is that right? And that's not a material consideration, or under materiality, something that we've considered high profile or likely to receive significant public interest.
So ultimately, our staff advises that consultation is not required, and we've assessed it.
Yeah.
We've used that in terms of fundamentally impact the wellbeing. So your example of if it was the other way around, our flow chart, which is page paragraph 93,
Yeah.
would have resulted in a different outcome, because there is something there that would trigger it straight away in terms of fundamentally impact on the wellbeing. If we were proposing to go from 0 to 10 with no changes in levels of service, I would suspect that that would be triggered straight away. In this case, our assessment was it's a reduction, the levels of service are the same, those tests are not met, therefore we are okay not to consult and advise the community what the outcome of the process has been. So that's what we've put forward as a staff recommendation, and that's what those
I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm just keep throwing you back on the issue of whether or not this is.
Yeah, we're comfortable.
Okay.
If we spent money consulting Michael, then we would have spent more money, and then we could have increased the rates again, and then we wouldn't need to consult again because we. We need a seconder. Kate moved, and we're looking for a seconder.
Oh, yeah, well, but I was just going to ask a question.
Outright.
Happy to second that motion, but ask a question. Did staff actually receive external legal advice on significance and materiality?
We did seek external legal advice.
Thank you.
So move Kate, second and Neil, I think.
Which one, sorry?
9 to 13.
So this is
The
8
rest of them
through
minus,
8 through 12 on the paper, 9 through 13 on the screen.
which will be the balance, except for we've got one last one to return to.
I do not wish to speak to the motions.
Any further debate? No, I will put the motion in. All those in favour? Against? Carried.
Yeah.
Back to 2. Is it?
It's this one here, right?
Yeah, so this is now back to number 2 in your
Which is
paper,
number
number
three.
3 on the screen.
Which is the one that I understand Michael thought was out of place, and I can see why. But now that we have done the others, are you comfortable that that is an appropriate place for it to be now?
With one exception, yes, Madam Chair. So we have determined the issues that were going to affect the text, so we've voted on those particular issues, and that's fine. So this is the right place to do it. My question, though, is, and I'm asking this particular document includes the strategic directions for 2024-2034. I don't know why it does, but it does. We are currently undertaking a review by council motion of the relevance of the strategic directions and whether or not they might require amended. It's due to come back to this council within the next wee while. And so I don't understand why we would be seeking to endorse the strategic directions in this draft annual plan when we have a consultation, well, an internal consultation process occurring right now as to whether or not we're going to amend it. So I don't understand why this document, which is an internal document created by the ORC, is actually attached to the annual plan.
It's attached to the long-term plan.
Discussion paper.
Yeah, 3 of the long-term plan is why it was attached. Whether it wants to be attached, considering these are financial forecasts and associated work programs as opposed to strategic things.
Well, it's got up there as summarised in the discussion section of this report. The strategic directions document is in the discussion section of this report.
Yes, so I'm saying this strategy, to answer your question, the reason for it being there is it was in that year 3 of the long-term plan part, but whether or not it belongs in this particular.
It's a logical sequence issue. If you actually put the strategic directions as attached to the annual plan, then you are endorsing it and putting it out and saying that that's what we're going to do. But we've already indicated that we may actually amend it this year. So it can't occupy 2 spaces. It's either going to be amended and then we determine on that, which we have determined this year, or we endorse it and it's part of our 26-27 operational plan. It can't be both. And I'm just suggesting to you that the strategic directions plan should not be attached to this year's annual plan as part of the discussion section of this report.
So staff advice, which I'll provide, so and I understand what you're saying, Michael, and I know the discussion that is currently going on. The strategic directions were consulted on and confirmed through the long-term plan.
Correct.
And if council wants to remove them or modify them, our advice is that there would need to be a consultation process because they were originally consulted on. So that's, at the moment, they remain there because there hasn't been any work completed in order to amend them, and that's the advice that we would provide.
Sorry, that advice has only been received now, is that Richard? Because that's the first.
No, we've mentioned that previously.
Okay, but it hasn't been attached as a formal report to council.
No, it came up it hasn't been a formal report, but the question was raised in the first paper and subsequent discussions we've had about the annual plan.
Okay, but so that's an assertion by staff. There's no legal opinion to back that particular view.
Councils are required under the LGA to have community outcomes that the long-term plan gives effect to. The way that our strategic directions are described in the long-term plan, those 6 priority areas are essentially what this council uses as community outcomes. So any change to them would immediately trigger that significance in terms of the LTP and the change. So yeah, I'll leave it.
Well, I mean,
can we mention the as summarised in the discussion, is there any reason why the strategic directions document needs to be attached in that paper? It's not, I'm not saying whether it's part of the long-term plan or not, I can see that it is, but not everything in the long-term plan is necessarily attached to this document. If it would make Michael feel better, we could take it away, could we?
We've got a moved and seconded motion. Michael's asked which we've answered. Which I don't, that's where we're at. I think the process would be to continue with debate.
Okay, we've got Kate, Neil,
Page 68.
Kate first.
In seconding this motion, I think this, we're very much dealing with the draft financial forecast. These work programs. Any work on our part to change strategic directions, whether we need to consult or not, and the direction that goes is a different part. I don't think it's covered in this debate, and it's part of our new council moving on. We haven't made any decisions on that yet, and that doesn't preclude this. This is all about the financial forecast and associated work programs. So I'm very comfortable with the motion. Doesn't preclude us doing other work that will be subject to another motion potentially some other time.
Neil.
To me, it's quite simple. Is that the strategic direction is part of the draft annual plan. It's there because it's part of the current long-term plan. We can't just arbitrarily take it out without going through a process to do that. The fact that it is under review is effectively at this stage irrelevant because it has not been reviewed, and until it is, it's current. And if I go to the draft annual plan as it's in the agenda, and I go to the, sorry, I'm going to go the way, there it is there, page 78 of our agenda, where it says that the strategic directions 2434 continue to inform the decision making over this LTP planning review cycle. That's the current situation. We haven't changed it. So the references made to it are correct, as it is in time today. The inclusion of that page in the draft annual plan document is also correct. And then the process, I'd imagine, is if ultimately between this plan being formally adopted in June, which I think is the target date for it all, and if there's been a change to the strategic directions and it's been publicly consulted on and worked through the process, then it can change. If that hasn't happened, then it is what it is. It's the hand we're dealt.
Can I respond to that?
Where are we at?
Is this your?
Well, okay, this is my speech.
Right.
Okay, on this issue. Listen, the reality is that we're allowed to amend the long-term plan at any time, given that we go through an annual plan process every year, which is what we're going through now. And so we've made some amendments to that, obviously, although we've decided they're not so significant as to go involve ourselves in public consultation. If you have a look at item 3 there, as it reads at the moment, we're actually approving the proposed adjustments to the draft financial forecasts and work programs as summarised in the discussion section. So that deals with that particular issue, it seems to me. But I still don't understand why you would then attach the strategic directions to the changes that you've made when you haven't changed it. So what's the point of actually re-emphasising that you're going to have an extra numerary document that's going to make sure that you measure every decision or every staff action against it for the next 12 months, when we know that's under review and it makes some of us uncomfortable at this table? I don't understand that.
Can I ask a question?
Uh,
Where is it attached? Sorry, I'm lost. Can't find the
Here it is.
document attached.
It's here. Draft annual plan. And attached to it is the strategic directions. It's just after the financial summary. It's on page 78, 79.
Yeah, which is what I refer to, but that's not the whole document. Sorry, I just.
Yes.
Your section's wrong.
Alan,
Yeah, look, Neil has said it all. Thank you, Neil. This is what's in place now. Support this as it is.
further debate? If there's no further debate, we will put the motion. All those in favour?
Right.
Against?
No, and please record it.
Yes.
Same, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, noted.
And Robbie?
And Robbie, thank you.
Right, we got to the end of the
Tea,
that paper.
cup of tea.
Right.
Cup of tea.
Yes.
Cup of tea.
I'm going to adjourn for 10 minutes
Yes.
if I've got a seconder. Seconder,
Yes.
everybody around the table. All those in favour? Okay, back here at 3:51. Michael,
Realise you'd opened.
on to paper 9.2. And we are having presented to us the council's activity performance reports for the 6-month period ending 31st of December 2020. And we're being encouraged to note the report and the activity performance report attached. I'd like to say, Councillor Malcolm.
I have we've performed against our targets. Was three at risk, 2 not achieved, since to them, and staff are here to answer any questions. And thank you indeed, staff, for the presentation of this paper.
Have councillors got any questions that they didn't have the opportunity to think of in advance and send through?
Happy to move as per the papers.
And a seconder, please. Seconded, Robbie. Any debate? There being none, I will put the motion, the two motions. All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary? Carried.
Thank you, staff. Clear report.
Well done.
Thank you.
9.3, to present the council's financial reports for the 3-month period to 31st December 2025, being the second quarter of the 25-26 financial year.
It's easier to go back.
The recommendation that we note this report in the attached financial report as well. Again, Councillor Malcolm, have you something brief to say?
I might go into great detail on this one, but under your indulgence, I'll just keep it brief. Right. The report, we'll go to it. Again, we thank staff for the report. We have a position of that we're 7,942,000 ahead of budget. We're getting in that show, we're getting very good money through in our resilience infrastructure fund for flood program, which is coming from government, and it's great to see also that the LiDAR mapping being accelerated. There's been good savings and things are coming along in a very positive way, with our final forecast 30th of June 2026 to be a forecast and credit of $5,233,000 ahead of budget. And Mr. Donnelly is here to answer any questions.
Any questions? There being none, have I a mover?
Happy to move.
Moved Given, seconded Chanel. Any debate? No? All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary? Carried.
Why don't we have a cup of tea quicker?
Oh, no. Local authorities triennial.
Back to,
Well, it's
yes,
council laws up here.
9.4.
I'll move, vacate the chair.
Good idea, get away from Mr. Laws, Councillor Laws.
No, it's making worm from. Yeah.
What's 9.4?
And my notes here say 9.4, this paper invites council to ratify the Otago Local British Triennial Agreement 226 to 229.
I feel uncomfortable doing this one. Could you want to chair it instead, given you're the co-chair?
Sorry.
Because I'm going to speak against it.
So this paper presents the triennial agreement, which is a requirement for council. There's more focus on those back and we made this year agree to the mayors and chair that the triennial agreement will just focus on the how, and then there are further discussions coming on the what. There's some information circulated about that previously. So really it's probably easiest just to go into questions, and I can say that now Mariana sat down because someone will be able to answer them. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Just looking at the triennial agreement there, page 174, point 15 refers to a hui for Otago. Have they been used frequently and what sort of thing for?
They have never been used because it's a new concept. The purpose of that arrangement is to have something available so that if we want to bring elected members from across the region together on a certain issue, we have a mechanism to do that. Otherwise, there's no mechanism that is wider than the mayor's in chair. So it's on an as needed basis. We do have the zone meeting, which is open to councillors, of course, but that's Otago and Southland. So I thought it was prudent to have or propose to the forum and the chief executives that there be an option for just Otago councillors to come together, should that be needed. So any council could propose such a hui, and we would set it up.
Good to know we have that up our sleeve.
Further questions?
Can I ask the obvious question then? Given the intent of the government through its local government consultation program or reform program is announced to do away with regional council laws and have regional plans convened by the mayors, what will be the status of this particular document should that occur?
I think only to say that there is a clause to say that it can be revised as needed, and if circumstances change, the agreement can change accordingly. But it's as you'd expect, it's prepared under current.
Yeah, no. So I guess her question is, would this be voided the moment that the Otago Regional Council ceases to have its own governance team?
Haven't thought about that specific question, but could do so if the need arises.
I think I'd also add that it's legislatively required under the LGA. So as part of that reform process, government would presumably provide some direction under legislation for what would take its place.
Yeah. Okay.
Would somebody like to move the 4 recommendations? Item 9.4.
Happy to do so.
Moved Kevin, seconded Neil. Would somebody like to speak to this?
Just on that word briefly again, I would. Again, this is a grouping of people that we will get out of it what we all put in together. I think it's very exceptionally relevant at this time through local government change, and that's ensuring that we are all understanding each other's positions. So at the end of this time of uncertainty, we have the very best result for Otago and its people. So I support the intent of the group, and it's up to those people participating to ensure that it meets its intent. I'd just particularly like to note in the recommendation 4 that is talking about the regional focus areas, and you would have received an email from me with a copy of those and seeking a response back from those before the meeting, or as soon as possible really, but the meeting is on the 6th of March. So fully endorse the group. Again, the intent of the group is to make sure we are all connected and doing things for the best of the region. So let's do that.
Kate.
2 things. One, I would like to see, I think the date has to change to 2025, 28. I could be incorrect on 2. Appreciating that we're doing it in 2026, I think that's that correct, Green? Is that correct? I should have asked that question. Sorry, Amanda. It says training agreement from 2025 to 28. I think. Look,
it continues until replaced, and it's never going to be prepared. It's been endorsed now in 2026. It's just before it's endorsed. So.
Okay.
Because it's endorsed in 26.
Okay.
So essentially runs until it would be endorsed again after the next
election. Sorry, thank you. That makes sense. I have voted for this every time, and honestly, you can't vote against it because you need to have one. This, though, I have to say, was the year of change that we should have been trying to effect a much more ambitious triennial agreement and setting out what transition may look like.
Yep.
And that opportunity has not been given to us because of the process and the timeframes involved. The triennial agreements should be ambitious for this community, for all of Otago, and we should be giving a clear direction in the forum documents about what sort of development we support. The reason for this is that if we don't do that, often really good projects cannot seek government funding. And so again, I'm going to vote for something that I think is a Western or West bus ticket, because a credit card is wet or whatever they are now is yeah. These things are just for if we don't move them better. Seriously, we need to do better and be ambitious. And I hope in the direct, and I suppose the direction here for the chair and deputy is to go in and try and make a difference with these things that gives clear indication to other community parts of our community that they want to invest that in driving economic change and growth and productivity. Then they've got a clear direction path with all of the councils to do that, and they may be able to get funding because of that.
Gary.
Thank you. Look, all I wanted to say was that just in previous trienniums and in approving these agreements, I guess no one stands for a council with the great intent to then go on to be suddenly part of the mayoral forum or suddenly part of LGNZ or all the external roles that suddenly appear in front of them. So it is an added responsibility, but then in undertaking that responsibility, you are then speaking on behalf of the council, and it is largely behind closed doors that you are away in doing that. And I think given the changes that are ahead of us, this is actually a very important role that you both are now involved in. And but I think there's probably a heightened need for returning that information back to the council table and hopefully seeking the support that you'll need to be able to discuss and negotiate on our behalf. Thank you.
Michael?
Oh, you go.
Just to say that the whole process of having this at the beginning of a triennium in general, and to receive it round our table when 3 out of 5 of 6 councils have already agreed to it, makes the whole thing sort of just somewhere between awkward and whatever.
Yeah.
However, I am very open, and I'm sure Kevin is too, to finding pathways that allow the councillors around our table to encourage us to engage with other mayoral forum members through whatever channels we have available to us on whatever topics people want us to engage in. So we don't, while the actual triennium agreement might be a bit of a damn squid, it doesn't stop us having the interaction which it was intended to be the useful thing behind the agreement. So if people can start thinking about how they would like to encourage Kevin and I to engage with the rest of the mayoral forum, that'd be cool. Gretchen.
Thank you. Mayoral forum there in the triennial agreement is important. The document actually outlines lots of tools that are part of the triennial agreement, and mayoral forum is one of those that we often think of when we think of triennial agreement, but there's actually a whole lot of other ones there as well. HOE's one, the joint committees, all the other ways that all of our council commits to working with other councils. So that's all really, really important. And as others have said, particularly during change and reform, we just need to be all making sure that we're open to more than ever working with those other councils through a whole lot of different means. And just also reflecting on mayoral forum and some of the stuff that we could have been doing, and great opportunities. Just to remember as well that Otago is or has been really resilient and performing overall really well comparatively to other regions, and there was a real opportunity for us, an invitation, I suppose, from the government to be involved a bit more in, selling what we've got to them and being involved a bit more in partnership too. So as well, that role is really important because there's so much positivity that we have got here and that we can build on. So yeah, all of that, but would really encourage the hui as well. Anything where we can be working together with our colleagues is crucial in this, in the change.
Perhaps could our principal advisor send round just a brief, if it's brief, note to all of us about what we currently do. Gretchen's reminded us that there's a variety of different ways we do that. So what we're currently doing and how we're achieving the triennial agreement at the moment. Sorry, I don't know whether that was a question or a exhortation or what it was, but
yeah, it's not all on you as chair, I suppose, is it?
Yeah. And but to know what people are actually doing would be good. Michael.
I got a couple of things to add to this. Sadly, I encountered this a long time ago myself, and they haven't changed at all since they came in as a part of the Local Government Act. I'm not sure that they've achieved anything in New Zealand ever, any of them. They're just another useless form of bureaucracy and a form of communication that would have happened between councils anyhow, and between chief executives in particular. But I understand you've got to go through this tick box exercise. It's just ludicrous that you go through it now, just by the new elected council. We haven't talked about what the issues are we'd like to do, but you're meant to sign it. Otherwise, everybody else has it. It's absurd. But a couple of things I'd just like to float. One of them would be local government reform. It'd be nice to get some sort of regional understanding on that between the councils, and for that to be advanced. Even if that were not possible, it would be nice to be able to work that out early too, just quietly. Secondly, the concept of open democracy. I don't know what this group does, never known what it does. I get an occasional briefing from our chairs out of the goodness of their hearts, but as to what their agendas are, what they've achieved, what they're going to do, is there some sort of public record of what they being held to be put out there? I don't see that either. And it would be nice to think that it was formal, open to the public, with an agenda and reporting of it as well. I've seen press releases come out occasionally when there are issues of moment, but if you're going to do it, I would have thought do it in the open. And finally, the issue of the future of port ownership, I want to raise and put it for the mayoral forum as well. It's something that we need to address as a council, but I think we need to address it regionally. I think we should begin the discussion at our end pretty quickly, Madam Chair, for the obvious reason that the train has already left the station on that particular issue, courtesy of the DCC and many of its councillors. And before it gets divided up and reallocated to the good burgers of Dunedin, I think it'd be nice for us to have that on the agenda and a clear regional direction on that issue be translated as well. Thank you. You did ask.
I'm comforted by the fact that we have people writing notes or listening to what we're saying, and hopefully will help us understand more of what's going on and look at things we might be able to put on future agendas. Any further discussion?
Have we moved all four?
Sorry?
I think we did move all four, did we?
Malcolm and Gillespie.
Yes.
Yeah.
All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. We've got this supplementary.
Oh, this is
9.5, strategic events program, 2005, 2020, 2025, 28. The purpose of this report is to seek council feedback and approval for a strategic events program for the triennium. Welcome, gentlemen. With the recommendation that we approve the proposed program and note that we will continue to be represented at other events such as those in paragraphs 33 in addition to those. So questions, would you like to say something to this?
Yeah, good afternoon, councillors, Madam Chair. I just want to introduce Dr. Daniel Basubis, who is our new Senior Advisor for Strategic Engagement. He's taken over from Kate Pettit, who many of you would have known. He did the work on this, so I'm just going to ask him to just give you a couple of brief introductory points.
Kia ora, thanks Ian, and thank you, Madam Chair. So you ran through the purpose of the report. I just want to give you a quick background. So ORC staff and councillors have historically attended community events to raise awareness of our work and to provide the public with an opportunity to voice their concerns. But before 2025, there wasn't a real strategic approach for trying to figure out which events we would attend and why, and how we would resource them. So in 2024, council endorsed the strategic events program as a pilot for 2025. They gave us a bit of structure and an approach around how we would understand which events to attend. As shown in paragraph 17, the pilot was largely successful. We've reached thousands of people and we had a relatively high satisfaction rating of 94%. And staff are recommending that council continue the strategic events program for the remainder of the triennium with some proposed changes that we've learned, which are outlined in paragraphs 24 to 35. We're happy to take questions.
The obvious, sorry, a question. Sorry? So just a question. The total attendance, the satisfaction rate, how did you measure that, please?
So we have this sort of thing that's called Happy or Not, and it's a sort of 1 to I think 4 or 5 scale that people can kind of click, you know, if they're happy or not on a scale of 1 to 5. And so people, as they leave our stalls, they'll put a, you know, click happy or sad face.
And they can leave us a comment.
Yeah, and they can also have the opportunity to leave a comment as well.
So when you talk about a high satisfaction rate of 94%, was that of the 3,100 people who were listed as attending those particular events, or was it of some proportion thereof?
It was a proportion thereof.
Okay, so.
Further questions? What a wonderful report. People have their questions already answered in the body of the report. Have we somebody who would like to move these 2 recommendations? Gretchen, moved Gretchen, seconded Kevin. Would somebody like to say something?
Just that we do need to be at some strategic events, and this is identified which ones and which tier they might sit in. There isn't a right or a wrong on these, I think. We just need to pick some and be there, and for them to make sense, to be ones that our community support and would be good fits for what the council delivers. And to me, they're perfectly fine events that we've chosen here, and ones that we have history with as well. So I'm happy with these. We can't be everywhere across the region, but we do need to be in places where people expect us to be, where they attend as well. Thanks.
We have, I think Kevin and I discussed whether instead of just an all points bulletin, that when these are coming up, that perhaps the either the portfolio leads and I would think, the local, like Dunstan representatives or something, are approached first and followed by the council in general, just so as it doesn't end up with necessarily just, does anybody want to go? And we might, none of us go, but if we knew that people weren't going or the local people, but I'm just saying that discussion was just being had, not to have anything formal around it, but just to make sure that particularly the people who are most interested and most local had an opportunity to understand that it was more than just, does anybody feel like something next Saturday, but a wee bit more targeted. Kevin?
Yeah, look, I just think these are exceptionally important events for our profile. I will be at the North Otago AMP show on Saturday. So that is of huge sacrifice to me, but my golf will get better some other day. Look, they are just, I actually was at the great opportunity a couple of weeks ago to be in Environment Southland's tent at Waimumu. The activity around that, yes, there's a lot of things happening in our space at the moment. The activity around that was just superb. Their tent, to be fair, was isolated, and they had a wallaby there, which was obviously a big attraction point. But the people at the moment want to see us, want to talk to us. I think we need to be there. We need to let people know that we're going to be there, and certainly get the locals, if not as many councillors as possible. It's our ratepayers. We're supporting what they're trying to do within their communities, but we're also being there to push our presence and to push our organisation. So yeah, I just think they're critical. And yeah, looking at those costs, if I compare it to what the previous organisation I used to work for, that's pretty reasonable. So yeah, let's get into them and make a burst of them.
No further debate? Then we will move those. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried.
Madam Chair, just while we're between papers, can I just explain, we may look a little bit distracted in this corner. There's a major fire in Springvale at the moment. And just making sure that
somebody's putting it out for you.
Well, that everyone has access that they need to get into the sites they need to get to. There's the lock gates and there is
We'll come and tell you when we need you to engage. Right.
Need. But we're trying to help.
Computer's quite
Is it anywhere near you, Gary?
Wait, is it Newport?
Oh, Newport.
Okay, here we go.
9.6 invoicing. This paper outlines council's position on e-invoicing and prompt payment practices following a request from the minister, in inverted commas, from the Minister for Local Government for councils to adopt e-invoicing and prompt payment practices. Over to you at the end of the table.
All right, thank you, Chair. Yes, the Minister has asked that councils actively adopt a prompt payment system. Our staff have reviewed that request, and they're saying the Minister said that prompt payment is a key for supplier cash flows, especially small businesses. Our staff have reviewed our position, and they're confident that our CAAPS system provides for the Minister's needs and gives us additional financial checks, especially around fraud. The thing that we will need to do is report to the Minister that we are obeying his instructions of prompt payment, and the CAP system or CAAPS system actually performs that. So the staff recommendation is to continue with the process we are, but the reporting would have to be done. Before I get too deeply or start talking fraudulently, I'll get the experts to talk about the paper.
Hopefully it's all relatively clear. We'd just be happy to take questions. I mean, we've received the letter, so we're going to respond, but the purpose of it is to increase prompt payments, which we believe we're already doing, and we've got a better system in place than what's actually proposed with e-invoicing, which is slightly different than we do. That's not to say that we won't move to that eventually, but at this point, we're quite happy with where we're at, and we think our suppliers are as well.
And we think the minister would be, is.
You find out was.
Well, that will be, that'll be up to them to decide. As it states there, they've central government agencies, they're mandating that they do it. They are, suggesting that we do, but strongly saying that we should. But as with all these things, there's a time and cost of implementing these things. So whether it's prudent for us to be doing so, particularly in the short term, we'll wait and see.
Are you?
I was going to say, so we're confident, very confident that we meet the intent the ministers are looking for. If there was any indication from our suppliers that we were delaying payment, then I think we would be in a different position, and we would have to look to spend some money to be very specific in implementing the system they're asking for. But we have no reason to believe that's the case. So we think it's financially prudent not to invest in a system where at the moment there's no demonstrated need. If there was in the future, we would consider it, but we're very comfortable and have no communication from suppliers otherwise.
Would you be in a position to just flip round the response from the minister when we get it, just so as we know that that's all fit up? Michael.
Well,
Michael.
Listen, I normally I wouldn't straight over my head, but there are 4 bullet points that the minister has written on his letter of the 22nd of October. Can I ask, will you meet all those 4 bullet points?
No, because the first bullet point is be capable of sending and receiving e-invoices, and we're not proposing that we will move to sending and receiving e-invoices. The other things around payment times, 95% of domestic trade invoices within 5 business days and other ones within 10. As we outlined in the paper, it's about the processing time. So effectively, we're doing a payment run every week. So long as the invoices are coming in and they've got all the supporting documentation, i.e. they've been through our system, there's purchase orders, our system automatically matches it. It just goes into the payment for the next weekly run. So we would meet that, and we can report to MB quarterly on what our payment times are. So it's really just that first one around doing the actual e-invoicing itself, which is, a system to system process rather than what we do. And although they talk about systems like MYOB and Xero being capable of doing this, a lot of those small business owners that use those systems still don't use the e-invoicing functionality, because they're still sending the majority of their invoices via PDF, because they don't want to go, that's how other small businesses are receiving them. They don't want to get into a duplicate process of doing one way for some people and one way for another. They just want one way of doing all of their invoicing.
The concern I have is not that what we're doing, so at all. It's just that the letter from Ministers Watt and Pink is bloody clear. And I don't think in addressing this, we've addressed it. So I'm taking that we don't meet the first 2 bullet points there that are in the letter, but we meet the bullet points 3 and 4 from the answer that Nick's just given me. But if you actually look at the questions or look at the complete text we've been given, my expectation is that councils follow the above. That's the expectation. It's clear they've allocated that towards local government. That's why it's written the letter. Only 5 of New Zealand's 78 councils have adopted e-invoices. So it's making the point, this is why I'm writing to you, because only 5 of you have. And then finally, therefore, we are, and it's actually underlined, expecting councils to adopt the new e-invoicing and prompt payment rules. Now we're writing back and going, sorry, we're doing it just fine, thanks very much. Now I seem to think of that with the draft land and water regional plan just quietly, as in recent memory. But I'm not convinced, Mr. Chief Executive, that necessarily this is going to get a favourable rating in Wellington when the letter comes back from the ORC. And I just wanted to check the robustness of the reply in your view.
Yeah, look, it's fair. They do set out their expectations. I don't disagree with anything you said. I think I'm looking at it from the basis of the other expectations we're getting from central government around prudent finances. And this is something that we believe our processes stack up. And we'll explain that. It says email MD, it says towards the end there in terms of adopting English and prompt payment practices. We would be saying at this stage we don't intend to adopt it. However, we have these practices in place to ensure the intent of your direction to councils is being met by Otago Regional Council, and a commitment to review that as soon as that's not the case. If we got an unfavourable response that said, look, thank you very much, but our expectation is still very clear, you'll be getting another paper.
Yeah, I think we might be getting another paper just quietly.
Have we written to them at the moment?
No.
No, that's.
I wonder whether we could write to them to say, we are hoping that this meets where you're going with all this, and that we're
I'm trying not
making you happy without
I'm trying not to frustrate other lobbying efforts that this council will be undertaking in the next few while. And I just don't want this to be used as a reason of, no, you guys just go off and please yourselves all the time. So I'm just alerting you to the fact that we've got a stronger strategic overview here. I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
So can we ask whether these would satisfy them, rather than we don't intend to meet your requirements? Could we suggest that we ask whether this would satisfy them, please?
With your indulgence, Chair, I think both 2 and 3 of the recommendation actually say that and direct us to do that.
No,
they don't.
No, I'm comfortable with the direction we've got in terms of what that letter needs to say, and acknowledge what Michael's raised around, if it comes back, and if it does come back with a, less than favourable response, then you'll see that, and we'll tell you what that means in terms of the process to update our systems and a cost, and then we can go from there.
I'm just trying to be diplomatic here, which is most unusual for me. So I'm trying to think, Richard, if it might not be a better idea to socialise the reply with the particular MB officials prior to us sending it, to see what sort of reaction you might get before you send the reply. I just think that would be a smarter move, because if the reaction was violently opposed to what we're about to write to them beforehand, it might be just a good idea in the current environment. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thank you.
I'm sure if Richard needs any help with that letter, Michael, he knows where to come.
This is portfolio and leads, one would presume.
Cons.
Indeed.
So happy to move. There's no other questions. So happy to move the 3 recommendations.
Right. Moved Kevin and seconded Alan. If there's no further debate, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Right. Rates strike collection 9.7. This report provides an update to rates struck for the current year, 2025-26, including rates paid by the 31st of October 2025 and penalties charged on the 1st of November 2025. And we're being encouraged under the recommendation to note this report and endorse the correction of the lower Tari flood protection rate. Over to you.
I just about hand directly to Mr. Donnelly, but the rate strike is struck, and that was based on the $68.47 million that our annual plan said plus GST. So that's the anomaly in the number that we've been talking from earlier today. You will note that again, rates affordability is a concern that's being continually raised. So again, that's critical that we take note of that. And there's been a couple of minor issues that have been corrected, and I'll leave that for Mr. Donnelly to go through if there are questions arising.
You didn't want to say anything before questions?
No,
That's all right.
happy to take questions. I think Kate's already got it.
Yeah, well, I've got two questions, and it's really relates to paragraph 16 and 17, and thank you for highlighting the issue with the University of Otago. It made me probably foolishly go and look at this section in the schedule. And I see that there are other matters that could potentially be required to be repaid. And I just wanted to understand, what is the process if someone is QE2 covenant, because that is excluded in that same one? How do you know what is and what is the potential liability if you aren't advised that they'll come back in the same way and say, actually, we've been paying and it was a QE2 site?
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, you can answer that one.
So we get our rateability status from the local territorial authority. So obviously Otago Uni, we're talking about Dunedin City Council. It's a little bit different with Kiwi2 land, because when it's granted, that goes onto the title and they effectively create two valuation units for it. One that is the Kiwi2 part that becomes non-rateable, and the valuer for Otago is QV. They value how much of the original land is now included in the Kiwi2, and the remaining amount sits on a separate title. They're normally called A and B, sits on the B title, which then continues to be rateable. We do often get queries from ratepayers where they're confused, where they've put Kiwi2 on their land and it's still rateable. So we do sometimes get some confusion from ratepayers, but normally, because it needs to be changed on the title, it is actually actioned at the time. The difference with the university here is that they owned that piece of land. When they were building it into a halls of residence, it wasn't being used for educational purposes, so it was being rated. Then when the building code of compliance is issued and it turns into a hall of residence and students can obviously come and use it for educational purposes, that's when it changed to non-rateable. So what happened was that didn't come into our database. There's nothing on the title or anything like that that changed. The university had owned that piece of land for a period of time before that.
So the problem is, and we all know that QE2 is somewhat swamped with admin, is it only the title issuing that triggers that, or is here we are wanting environmental good stuff happening. If it's a technical holder,
it's not retrospective for Kiwi2. You apply for it and then you receive your Kiwi2 covenant on that piece of land, and then that gets registered on the title of the property.
So it's only on the registration, which could be a previously long process, but not the outcomes have started from day one, potentially.
We do have some rates remission, which is available in our remission policy for some land that we have. That is,
Sorry, the question was about the potential liability, and so we covered that off. There is no liability if it hasn't been covenanted, and we get advice of that. Thank you.
Further questions? Have we moved?
Happy to move those two recommendations.
And is that Chanel seconding them?
Sure.
Any debate? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary, carried.
Yes. Oh, I have got that here.
Yeah, we're doing that one. Yeah.
That's available to get any the other.
Owen's one. It's not on there.
It's just the sensitivity analysis.
Thank you.
No, that was part of the annual plan.
9.8,
That was-
report to Otago letter of expectation. Minutes? Was it already done?
Sorry, just to explain, this is the supplementary agenda, that came out with the Port Otago electrification report and draft it wasn't available at the time the original agenda was published, so supplementary agenda paper is just going in again, public excluded.
Okay, it's right.
On the agenda, it's what, minutes, proclamation minutes is number 1, sorry.
Yeah.
That's what I was, you've done that.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done the minutes. Yeah.
So moved.
This is, what are you moving?
Confirmation
Michael?
of minutes.
Oh, right.
No, we're not doing
We
that.
But
don't.
it's right at the start of the.
So sorry, just that's a template agenda, and the minutes shouldn't, we actually did
They
them
shouldn't
back at
be
the
there.
start of the substantive agenda.
Okay.
Appreciate the willingness to move that.
We're now, yes, considering and being encouraged to approve a letter of expectation to Port Otago Limited regarding Otago Regional Council's expectations for inclusion in Port Otago's statement of corporate intent for the years 30 June 27 to 30 June 29. We have 2 proposed additional resolutions. Are they going to come up on here? Yep, they're coming. One from councillor Malcolm and one from councillor Sumble.
I think I didn't scribe that, but I'll take credit for it.
It was councillor Malcolm and councillor.
It sounds just like you.
It was Chanel and Mel and Kevin. In fact, I think Chanel wrote them, didn't she, Kevin? So perhaps we'll start with the Gardner Malcolm proposal, which I presume is moved Chanel, seconded Kevin, as an addition to the Port Otago letter of expectation. We'll take these extra ones and then we'll go back to the letter which we'll either have or not have in these bits.
I'll hand to councillor Gardner as the mover of the motion.
For me, it's pretty self-explanatory, just a bit of an opportunity there to ensure that the assets that the infrastructure they already own is being utilised to the most effect.
Right, Matt.
Thank you. And yeah, thanks for putting an amendment together, Chanel and Kevin. I've been curious about the engagement we've got with Port and looking at its capabilities as an operating port. It's obviously a very successful entity and looks after itself very well. So it's nice not being a shareholder that's required to put money into the organisation to keep it going. So it's obviously self-sufficient and doing well. I wonder if there's, I guess the key lines at the end of it is its contribution to regional economic confidence over the medium to long term. I'm just hoping we can suggest a conversation gets started and may not happen effectively in the first year or so, but how and what can the port and its very savvy long-term investment strategy through property and port operations, how can it share its knowledge and talents and help unlock or create additional strengths around the region is the angle that I would like to have, whether that's included within the text or just inferred in the conversations that I had with the port about this addition to the strategic intent document. I think they've got themselves in a very healthy financial position. The return on their asset base at $20 million a year is is, as I said, far better than not having to get a dividend, and it is very strong compared with other entities around the country, it appears. But it would be nice if, maybe they could look at their investment portfolio in terms of potentially heading towards a chunk of their investment being allocated towards additional infrastructure around the place rather than just in port. Hope that's clear. Chanel and I have sort of exchanged notes a little bit about this, so I think she understands a bit where I'm coming from and is very good with words and might be able to express that more clearly than I have.
Thank you, Matt. Do you think, Chanel, that you have gathered the thoughts that Matt's having there sufficiently in the words you've got on the board then?
You could always take it further. Matt and I discussed things like hydrogen cell capabilities. Lots of opportunities exist where Port Otago could obviously put their commercial savvy and efforts into, but for me, that's not their core business. It's about enabling them to do what they need to do. But I think hopefully with the term, with the optionality for the Otago region, I think gives enough scope there to capture any new opportunities, but also by specifying Otago region, it takes it away from that coast focus and draws specific attention to the region as a whole.
Yeah, I've never used optionality in a sentence, but it looks very good there. So yeah, I agree. I agree that it gives some scope to do some stuff and hopefully lead to some conversations that help across the region. So yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Is there any other questions? Right, is there any debate? In which case, we will move the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Carried. Right, so that will be added in as to the bottom of the letter when we come to the letter. Would somebody like to second Councillor Somerville's proposed addition? Second, Gretchen?
Yep.
Would you like to talk to us, Alan?
I would, yeah, thank you very much. Look, so my proposal here is to add to the existing paragraph on decarbonisation that's in the letter of expectation. And I've added the word for the bit there about, let's find it, port's role in influencing others in the supply chain to reduce their carbon emissions. Now, that will come as no surprise to Port on the draft SCI that we have included here, page 21, 20 and 27, under our harbour, Pauka and demand and beyond. It says there they talk about reducing their own contribution to climate change and influencing others in the supply chain to do the same. In the material issues section under climate change, it notes influencing others to do the same, again, including shipping lines, road and rail transport, customers, partners, suppliers and peers. When Port presented to us the other week, they talked about how issues around climate are always to their fore in the decision making. Including it in here is just pointing out to them, just emphasising how important that is. We heard from Pierre Masrati in public forum and have many times at our council meetings, letting us, just pointing out, if we had not already known it, the serious and more than serious effects of climate change and the devastating effects that can have on all sorts of things, and how that it's up to, we can take, it would be good for us to take whatever possible steps we can. If we can emphasise this with Port to use their influence as much as possible, that is one more thing that we can do. Thanks.
Doesn't it say that here?
Further debate? Kevin,
Yeah, look, I'm very happy to support this because what it does do is acknowledges the good work that the port is doing, and that is pretty clear and obvious. And the work they're doing around the inland port, getting the logs off road, and one of their latest, the refurbishment of equipment at the port, which is going to be different and more up-to-date models and decarbonising. So they are doing great work. And I think it is important that we acknowledge that work, and we acknowledge that we want it to remain a priority going forward. So happy to support.
further debate? Michael?
Listen, it's possible that the Port of Otago can reduce its own contribution to climate change. It won't have any effect upon climate change. In fact, it'll have nothing other than a symbolic effect upon climate change. But if they want to go down to that rabbit hole, go for their lives. But the idea that they're then going to turn around and influence others is just risible. Can you imagine the Port of Otago saying to shipping companies who control the shipping trade, listen, we expect you, or we want to influence you to change your policies when it comes to climate change so as to fit our expectations. The tract is in a trading environment in which Port of Otago is, where there are plenty of other options to the Port of Otago. I would have thought just stick to your basics about what you're trying to do would be a good thing. Protect your workers to make sure that they're safe and secure in their workplace, and get on to maximising the economic return to the Otago ratepayer. But to expect them to suddenly become now influential corporate climate change activists, it's just crazy. So good luck. But this is just the kind of gesturing that, well, you might get out of woke at Dunedin, but I just say it's not going to work in the real world. And it's just going to piss off their commercial operators if they turn up there and say, first thing we want to talk to you about, you need to do something about your climate footprint. It's just nonsense.
You haven't spoken, Kevin?
I haven't spoken, but I just asked a question of the chair, actually. And Chair, I just wonder if you could refresh me on what the port actually told us at a meeting we had with the port in this room about the efforts they are making to decarbonise, the work they are doing convivially with their trading partners, Silver Fern Farms, Fonterra and the likes, the logging companies, to ensure what they are doing. And this may not affect the world's climate conditions or the envelope of pollution or whatever, but convivially with their trading partners, the work that they are doing. And I'm sure that they made particular emphasis to say that they were doing that work. So some people weren't at that meeting, but and could you also check the English on that motion, what's to be put in, that we are not asking to go out and do any more than they are currently doing. We are merely acknowledging the work that they are doing, and that they are doing, in a commercial environment, and they are doing it on a voluntary basis.
Just gesture. Useless gesture.
To answer your initial question, Councillor Malcolm, I can remember 2 out of 3 of the things that they came to us and told us were happening, which were good news in the reducing carbon area. And it was interesting to me to see their whole body language and sort of sense of pride with behaviour about when they were telling us about them. One of them is that the logging activities are moving into Dunedin from port, which is reducing the trucks along. Richard's looking at me funny. Reducing the trucks along that road and the consequent carbon reduction and fewer truck movements and handiness to rail and the like. And also that Maersk, who is their biggest, one of their biggest. uh, Oh, oh,
So probably best not to refer those questions to Port of People.
I think there was a debate.
Sorry, I'm not
No,
confident
Yeah.
on what.
I just wonder yes or no.
not allowed to talk about it, but Maersk's doing great things as well. Gretchen,
Yeah, I think councillor Malcolm in his questioning there got the point across, but that we're not actually asking them to be raving advocates. We're asking them to continue to feel really proud and positive and actually speak about what they're doing. And that does influence other people just by being a positive leader, and they're making commercial decisions as well for their business through taking the approach within a global a global environment, I suppose, and a supply chain that wants to be part of that scene as well, as Councillor Malcolm's spoken about. We all want to look good in that global setting as well as to actually make a difference. 25 years ago, I think Councillor Wilson and I were involved in setting up some riparian models around Otago, and at that stage, the people who had them on their properties didn't want to talk about that because it was actually quite embarrassing to think, you know, I'm doing something good for the environment. I'm going to plant a tree, and I'm going to do that on some land that could have perhaps been a little bit productive, but I've chosen to do that. Eventually, people started to change because people they talked about it eventually, and it was okay, and no one, you know, ridiculed them or laughed in public debates about the idea of doing it. It's okay, and that's the sort of thing that we want from our port, not to be a raving advocate, but to speak proudly and be an influencer. So that's totally fine by me.
I think what this statement has two bits to it. It's an acknowledgement of what Port Otago is currently doing, and it's endorsing the priorities that they have already told us about. So it's hard to know what about that you could not acknowledge or accept or whatever. As regards what they and others do, there are public documents, I think, that both Port and others put in our supply chain, in their supply chain, put out, which will highlight the efforts they are making in that regard, because they tend to respond to public desire to have them reduce carbon footprints so as that they are good corporate citizens. So people could go looking up whatever it is that they do, and I think they'll find what they're doing and they feel good about. But I can't see how it's not just whether, as Michael has sort of alluded to, it's sort of apple pie in the sky. But it isn't adding, we're not asking them to do anything different than what's currently being done. And we are acknowledging that they're working on it, it seems to me, if we pass this. Any other? Right or prior?
I should reply. Thank you. Look, just to note that every positive action makes a difference, and Port Otago is a bigger player than me. Also, of course, it's in Port's commercial interests because increasing volatile will affects the Port's operations, and we'll see more and more of that. Thank you for all those who have spoken with various views.
We will move this motion then. All those in favour? Against?
No,
Would you like to be acknowledged as being against?
go for your life.
Right, thank you.
Madam Chair, I
Moving on.
have also just sent the third one, kindly at your discretion to be able to.
Right.
which I can read out and
Yes. Certainly.
or present. Now, it's just a sentence being added. If that's right.
Yep,
You want me to
yes.
speak on that now?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So what I've emailed to Kylie is around the sentence that we have in the letter or paragraph about the rescue helicopter donation. What we are saying in the letter of expectations that we expect the situation that we have presented to the port around the rescue helicopter donation to be negotiated and arrived at to be continued with in this letter of expectation. I think I'd like to recommend that our letter should also give the ability for that to come back to council if that cannot be arrived at a suitable outcome for both parties. Because at the moment, I understand that there might be some difficulties between them, and I think we might have inadvertently created a situation where we had viewed that donation as a very straightforward ratepayers' funds paid to the trust situation, and that was very simple and easy for us. And the most that the trust had to do was come along and thank us for that. That money to them is bread and butter. It is the only guaranteed funding that they have on a year-by-year basis. They're very grateful for it. I have always been a strong advocate for how we could enhance that, how that could be a larger amount, and how they can always know that that is available to them going into the future. There is some uncertainty now sitting around our situation and the port situation. I think both of us are sitting in an unknown realm as to who's going to be there going into the future. So what I would like to add to that paragraph that we have in the letter is that where we finished with and subsequent years, to add the following sentence: if satisfactory arrangements are unable to be negotiated between the helicopter trust and the port, the ability is reserved to return the financial support back to the responsibility of council. And what that would do then is that I'm sure they are trying to reach an outcome that best suits them. We had, in making that decision, thought that it would just be what we do would just be as simple for them, but I think there might be some complications there. Given that the trust are volunteer, unpaid trustees, it runs on the smell of an oily rag. I don't want to burden them any further with the situation on something that they need, and it's crucial for them. So with the discretion of the table, I would hope that might be considered and be supported. I do not know of anybody across my election campaigns, across my constituency, has ever said to me they don't support rates being used for the helicopter contribution.
Seconded by Michael. I will take that as your first debating.
Absolutely.
And are there questions for anybody? And questions from anyone?
Oh,
Right.
I'm not sure if it's a question. Sorry.
Does it have a question mark at the end if I wrote it down on a piece of paper, Gretchen?
No, probably not.
Right. Well, moving into debate.
Oh,
Gretchen,
sorry,
have you got
yeah.
a debating sort of half question, half
Yes.
debate?
As there was, I agree with the point that we want to make this straightforward, and we want somehow for the rescue helicopter to be able to rely on that contribution, whether it's through the port or through the regional council. I want it to be straightforward and I want it to be certain. We have had an expectation to the port that it will come through the port, so I wouldn't want to just be saying now, actually, we're quite happy to pay for this, because I would not be. That would be the expectation, is that the port somehow offsets to us then if we end up having to pick this up. Yeah, so I'm not sure if that accurately portrays that. That would be my feeling. However, I agree that we need a satisfactory arrangement, and we're not involved in those negotiations. Yeah, we can't dictate that outcome. Yeah.
Any further debate? Kevin?
Yeah, I forwarded an email to all councillors, which was, I presume someone could legoim it if they wished, but we have an assurance that was given to us on the 17th of February from the Chair of Port Otago that this will be resolved for payment in the 26-27 payments. And that will be based on what they call the Trust Gold sponsorship, and you can look that up in on their website, and that all fits with exactly what they're trying to achieve. This, to me, is exactly what we have been trying to do, is reduce our rate burden, because this is not a rate burden of $350,000. There is a further. So it will be $400,000, which is actually as a wage earner burden of $570,000. So for the average ratepayer, put them all together, they would have to earn $570,000 in wages to get the 400. This will be giving the trust surety of payment for the next 9 years. This will be a commercial arrangement. It will be the surety for the next 9 years that will be reviewable every 3 years to ensure that the figure is the correct amount. I understand and concur with the frustrations that have happened to get this in place, but I believe that the wording of what's been proposed will only add to those frustrations, and I believe we'll end up back with our ratepayer paying for something that a commercial body with the wherewithal to do so should be paying.
I support this. I think if it, as Kevin has been assured by the Chair of Port Otago, is effectively a done deal, then this won't trouble them one little bit.
So it doesn't have to be a done deal because we're paying.
I would be happy also to support Gary if for some reason the port deal fell apart and we took it back, in asking Port Otago for a higher dividend to cover the cost of the helicopter, because they ought to be able to make this work. And so I would be supportive of, if they don't want to do it by the deal they are currently negotiating or can't, then I would like to see them provide the funds directly to us for us to give to the helicopter. So I would look forward to supporting Gary if he goes down that track, if it turns out that this falls over. But I have confidence from what Kevin's saying that it shouldn't, but belt and braces wise, not troubled about the braces, I'll be supporting it.
Very Trumpian.
Are you asking,
Yeah.
sorry, just as a point of clarification, are you asking councillor Kelleher to consider adding something or not?
No, I'm just, as if things fall over, which I don't think they will, then I would anticipate further down the track. So I'm not asking him to put anything in here.
Yeah.
But if it looks like it was coming back to council, and of course we would have to accept the fact, because this says we reserve the right to have it returned to us.
Yeah.
But if it looked like it was coming back, I would expect Gary to be taking other steps, jolly big ones, towards an outcome that involved Port providing money for it. So no, I'm not asking him to change the resolution.
Question.
Kevin.
So I don't make a satisfactory arrangement. You're just giving it, it's just coming straight back to me, but there's no, I'm saying there's no penalty if I just give it back to you.
Yes, there is,
should we-
because the chair of Port Otago's board has assured us that it's in hand and it will sort. So there is a penalty on them if they fail to honour what we understand to be it's all right, she'll be right.
So with your indulgence, so you're not, so do you not think to make, you don't want the comment about the additional dividend to be put in there? Because I think that actually gives what you're trying to do there.
No, we want to keep our options open. I think as to how we skin the cat.
Agree.
If everyone's spoken.
If anyone else doesn't, if no one else wants to speak, then yes, you have a right to reply, Gary.
Thank you. Look, I understand what Kevin and others are saying. That of course the immediate response would be if we have to bring it back in-house, then I would be looking for the board to be upping the dividend to cover it. All of those options of more money, inflationary increase would be discussed then. This is just because they sat with this luxury, or and a very grateful luxury that they had from us, that all they had to do, it was basically nothing. They received this money and they need it. And then we aren't privy to the negotiations and discussions, and yet they are a recipient of a donation. So they will possibly accept something that might be might not suit them to reach a resolution on it if we don't have an out in the overall letter of expectation. If there is an opportunity for them to bring that back, if they can't reach a resolution, then I think we have a responsibility to have that there, which is, I would just like to have there. Best case scenario, a resolution is found between the two parties.
Right, we'll move the motion then. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Sorry. Against, Kevin, do you,
Yep.
and Alan, you'd like to be noted as
Yep.
against?
Thank you, everyone.
Right. Then we move back to the major motions with the additions of the things that we have passed resolutions to, which are recommendation that the council notes the report and draft letter of expectation, amends the draft letter of expectation in line with the resolutions we have just passed, and approves the Port Otago letter of expectation, subject to any amendments to those amendments, and sending of that letter to Port Otago Limited. Did we want anything about? Did we want anything about just the word in the proposal or anything? Right, have I a mover?
Yeah.
Moved Chanel, seconded Gretchen. Any debate? Any questions? No? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Right. We finished the public. I had something to say about the. Yes. And that's what I'm. Okay.
I understand, yeah, but
I agree
it
with
would
the sentiments.
be, it would be foolish for him to, no, just gonna
And that's been.
I'm going to
Read my email.
move
say.
that the public be excluded from the following items under LGOAM 1.1. PE, that's public excluded, minutes of council 9 December 2025, and 2.1 decision on an electric charging depot in Queenstown. This second, and also that Edward Guy be permitted to remain at this meeting, Edward Guy from Rationale, after the public has been excluded because of his knowledge of the electric charging depot in Queenstown, with a view to his answering questions if councillors have questions. This knowledge will be of assistance in relation to the matter if people have a question they need answering, and relevant to that matter because of the knowledge of the indicative business case. So seconded by Kate.
Yes.
All those in favour?
Aye.
On the contrary, carried.